It's live.
All right. Wait, the announcement. Fuck. Okay.
Well, all right then. I won't waste any more of my time, any more of y'all's time. We're just gonna get right into it. I'm Multi. My co-partner here is Psyker, and today we'll be hosting the 9th Emergency Tenkaichi Budokai tournament for Xenoverse 2. With
Yeah.
DLC 13 coming out, with a whole bunch of new characters, new skills, and new changes to how this game plays, we definitely want to have a tournament with it as soon as possible, you know, outside of our regular Tenkaichi Budokai scheduling.
Yeah, we really are interested in seeing what these new characters can do in a competitive level, and just celebrating the new things introduced in this DLC overall.
I have a feeling we're going to have a great time tonight, today, this afternoon,
Yeah.
this morning for some
Yeah,
of
I
y'all.
agree.
Honestly, if we're able to, we can just get right into the first match. Who's up first?
First we have Falky and Z-Wolf, so let's get started with them.
Okay, invites have been sent. And in the meantime,
Nice.
let me drop the link to the bracket. Here we go.
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
Music today provided originally by us. Really proud of all this.
Let's go.
So yeah, when it comes to all the characters allowed for this tournament, we know we're gonna have full power Jiren. We're gonna have this new base Dragon Ball Super Gogeta, Caulifla, and Kale.
Yeah.
Aside from just these guys, what options do our contestants have for playing as well?
Yeah, we usually try for these types of tournaments to have characters that are related, quote unquote, to the DLC characters. So of course we have Blue Gogeta, just a transformed version of the new base Gogeta. Same with Jiren, of the base form of the new full power Jiren, as well as Super Saiyan God Goku, who fought both Caulifla, Kale, and Kefla, and yeah, the reason for those, and Kefla herself, which is the fused form of the new two characters, and the reason for that is of course to allow people to please update this scoreboard, by the way, Multi.
Oh yeah, most certainly.
Yeah. But it's to allow people who do not actually own the DLC to be able to play a few characters and just give us any measure to compare the new guys to. So we start this off with some Jiren action.
There we go. Yeah, very surprised to see these guys coming out right out the gate. Just mighty energy, mighty explosive waving each other right off the bat.
Yeah. This evasive, unique to Jiren, of course. People know it traditionally as a super attack. I would say it's a pretty good Chibar evasive, but yeah, this character, Dimps put a lot of effort into making him very unique, even if it doesn't have necessarily a huge amount of new things to him.
Both of these guys at critical stamina, no doubt in part thanks to the unique property of Jiren's grab, reducing stamina.
Yeah, Jiren's grab, getting rid of stamina, very, I would say one of the most DLC mechanics possible. The reminder that the grab cannot stamina break you, it just can bring you down to 0. A little bit of a potential connection issues going on in this match, but still.
at least Z-Wolf's Power Rush able to get through the Limit Burst. Now both of
Yeah.
these guys are there.
Yeah, Power Rush, of course, an ult that's very, very good at denying Limit Burst. It lasts a very long time, deals a huge amount of damage, but yeah, both these guys going toe-to-toe here.
Ooh, our first Power Wall missing.
Yeah, Power Wall, maybe not the best ultimate.
Wow, and then the big surprise, Z-Wolf out Power Rushing, taking the first match there.
Yeah, Power Rush into Power Rush into Power Rush. Just a lot of power to go around with these two full power Jirens. And connection.
Such is what can be expected, you know. At least with this particular matchup.
Yeah, for sure.
And just like that, we're going into round 2. With Z-Wolf taking the first one, right?
Yeah, correct. I don't think any of the contestants spoke up about any connection issues, so I guess that we're just rolling with it. And well, let's see how this goes for both our contestants.
Interestingly, we see Pocky switching off to Super Saiyan God Goku. I guess he doesn't enjoy the Jiren Ditto, perhaps?
Yeah, well, and Goku, of course, always a very, like, baseline character. It's always easy to fall back and rely on him. But it's surprising to see Pocky go to Goku first, because Z-Wolf is a more notorious Goku main here.
Ooh, unable to follow up with that I Super from the knockaway.
Yeah.
Do we have the official name of that? Power. It's not Power Impact.
No, Power Impact is the base Jiren Super. I'm not entirely sure of the name, but it really does not matter. That Super, however, not great in terms of tracking, so I would not be surprised if Z-Wolf drops his Impact Flare. Let's go. Thank you, Felix. Not the most accurate in terms of tracking, and I would not be surprised if Z-Wolf just keeps dropping it if he goes for it as a potential follow-up combos.
Z-Wolf at low stamina. How would you say this form of Jiren deals with having low stamina? He does get a health burst, and I don't think his Super Soul particularly helps him out.
Yeah, his Super Soul is more of a key-centric Super Soul of sorts. I think, well, Jiren at least is in a decent position because of the fact that his 3-bar evasive stuns the opponent is very beneficial to him, because he can usually force stamina trades, and despite not having and you can see here just these back-to-back evasive scenarios, and the fact that he has usually a lot of resources to go with, like a lot of stamina, it still works out in his favor, that the fact that he can just trade like that. All right. It was an interesting match to be sure. Bit of I'm not sure what was going on there with Z-Wolf's limit bursts. Pocky, Z-Wolf, usually not the worst connection between them, but seems like something has gone awry this time around.
We're waiting now to see if Z-Wolf's good to go with this game 3, or whether to...
Yeah.
Oh, yes he is.
Alright. This is unusual circumstances. You usually see brackets to have EU players fight each other to avoid laggy situations, but Poki's connection usually not the worst, not super stable, but not the worst. But I guess just the distance space lag can be having a significant impact this match. We gotta keep in mind as well that the netcode was changed to resemble more of how console works. The PC version in general was changed. Fast breaks are gone. There's significant differences around. So maybe this could be partially responsible for that.
Man, did you see that? That was wild. Okay. Pocky starts off going to the high ground there.
Yeah, going to the ceiling, an interesting option. I don't know how good Jiren's loops are on the ceiling. I believe he has a knockup. Well, Z-Wolf prefers to send him straight to the ground, so no point in pondering that. And very good perfect block puts Pocky at a critical stamina situation, and the next few interactions could result in a break, and that would incur massive damage for Pocky.
Oh!
Z-Wolf prefers to go for the full power into wave confirmed. Does not connect. I'm not sure if that's true, at least from that height. And I think this is one of the benefits of the new characters. You could see Pocky wasn't sure how much he could punish there with Z-Wolf's Swift String. I believe you're stuck in animation there for a really long time. You actually could get stamina broken, but Pocky just tosses the Key Blast, allows Z-Wolf to recover, and now Z-Wolf is looking in a very advantageous position.
Pocky goes for the break. Oh. It looks like he's trying to go for some Key Blast cannon loops too.
Yeah. Goku fast breaks might be gone, but Goku still has access to very easy breaks, and Z-Wolf will not survive this combo.
With a stylish Super Kamehameha finish.
Yeah.
Let's see what the verdict is.
Yeah, let's see if either of these contestants will want to rerun. The last 3 matches were pretty much the same in that sense, so
We actually do have Z-Wolf wanting a redo of Game 3.
Alright, alright, let's see if Pocky can agree to that.
He does not.
Wow. Well, can't blame him, man. Yeah. Unfortunate situation for Z-Wolf, but there's always loser's bracket. He can always he's still in the tournament. He can definitely bring it back in a huge way. So Pocky advances to face on Felix in round 2.
All right. Who's up next?
We have JJ Kinks and Shupi coming up next. Shupi, of course, some people might remember him from way back in the day, like 2018 and such. Used to be a very prominent player in our tournaments. Did retire since then and did not see a lot of play for a long time, but he has come back to the game, and I believe he told us he will be playing a lot of Gogeta, so this might be a good opportunity to look into what the new Gogeta can do. A character that I think lots of eyes are on right now.
All right.
All right.
Match 2, the 9th emergency Tenkaichi Budokai begins.
Yeah.
If they would.
Let's make this a good one, lads.
So what are your initial thoughts about, you said he was planning on going Gogeta?
Yeah, and I did play casually versus JJK, especially also of course in his tournament. Yeah, and this is what I expected. He's been playing a lot of this base Gogeta, and we see our first Gogeta Ditto. Potentially the first of many about to unfold here.
So it's been quite a while for a lot of viewers who might not be familiar with Shupi's playstyle generally. Do you have any insight about that?
He's he used to be really good at perfect blocking, so we might be looking to see that. But otherwise, very aggressive player actually, and so these two aggressive players that should be. This should be a very explosive match, and you can already see Shupi's stamina not looking very good, but he keeps nailing these perfect blocks back to back, gets the Super Saiyan off, and that's a huge 30% increase already. Better than Super Saiyan Blue for CC, so that's could definitely impact the match. JJK decides to go for his Super Saiyan of his own, but his stamina not looking great. Shupi decides to allow him to regain some of it.
Was it just me, or was he able to do the fast transformation just like in neutral there? Was he like doing some sort of movement?
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure about that. Maybe he threw out a back hit. I'm not sure how the properties of that transformation works. Definitely a way to cover the weakness of the slow transformation. And he goes for the Punisher drive loops, forces Shupi to evasive there. And Shupi now looking to even up the damage and fade back to Juju Kings in a huge way.
Making wonderful use out of that hard knockdown from a deceptively large height.
Yes, very much so. And Warp Kame, you know, does not need a lot of setup for it to connect, and with the 30% bonus of damage, that will just tear through health very quickly.
JJK doing a good job, you know, catching Shupi out of his animations through his supers or his combos.
And that light string hitting him from a mile away, you cannot underestimate those hitboxes that this character can put out. But sadly, Shupi will lose here. That last neutral interaction signifying his demise was right around the corner with the hard knockdown into the Warp Kame.
Worth noting, a lot of characters here in this tournament. I'm trying to think of one that doesn't. I mean, do they all have 3-bar evasives?
Base Jiren does not. I believe he's the only one. So yeah, Breakless ultimates, just unvanishable combos in general. Very high value in this tournament. Very explosive damage. So you have to watch out for that. Cannot be underestimated.
But just like that, we're getting into number 2, I guess.
Yeah, round 2 between JJK and Shupi.
Oh, speaking of which.
Yeah, going for that 2-bar evasive Jiren. Jiren, of course, a very highly rated character. Lots of people know what he's about. He can schmoove a lot and can be very safe with his light string cancels. JJK going for a very safe approach, maybe trying to bait Shupi to use some of his stamina, but Shupi does not fall for it. Both these players just poking at each other. JJK, despite his 2-bar evasive, looking at a serious stamina disadvantage here, and if Shupi gets off Super Saiyan, this could be a world of hurt for him.
Ooh, catching him on the back hit.
Yeah, back hits, of course, a little bit more powerful in this patch than they used to be, and Shupi might be going for the Warp Kame. He just taking those health bars away, and now JJK gets knocked back by the Super Saiyan. Severely disadvantageous situation, and you'd think maybe he chose Jiren because he thought he would have a more favorable matchup, but definitely not the case here. Shupi just going circles around him and just winning all of these neutral interactions. Oh, but drops the combo. Unfortunately, that's not a confirm. Little weird.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
It appears that it still came out to them, at least.
Yeah, a bit of a desync potentially, so we're not entirely sure what's going on there.
Ah, there we go.
Yeah, we should be back, and...
Ooh, no self-break from JJK.
Yeah, Shupi now on the outside looking in, maybe a little bit screw over by that desync just now, but still has Super Saiyan on, has a huge damage potential, and could be looking to and he could be looking to finish the match with a combo string that did way more damage than I expected to. Wow. Evening up the score, bringing us to our first game 3 of the tournament. Maybe I was wondering if the contestants might want a rerun, but I believe Shupi was the...
Indeed.
Yeah, I believe Shupi was the player that got most hindered by that initial desync. Well, I see, Jojo, but I don't think that's how that works, Felix, and I would appreciate if we did not try to start a conversation here either way. But yeah, let's see now. Should be going for the Super Saiyan Blue Gogeta. Maybe an interesting pick here. I believe still a 3-bar evasive character, but one that plays different nonetheless. And starting with full key and being very safe due to Punisher Shield, JJK could be forced to adapt here in a different way to the new character's playstyle. But of course, Super Saiyan Blue Gogeta, a character everyone's more familiar with and has a lot more experience against. So we could see how these two players might match up in this scenario.
And keep in mind, these are like the base presets of both these characters.
Yes, no mentors are allowed in this tournament. And should be just nailing those stacked perfect blocks.
And punishing meteor crashes every time it's thrown out.
Yeah. I don't believe he's gotten hit by one yet, which is impressive. And you have to watch out for those meteor crashes against Jiren because he does have the highest strike stat amongst the base cast, and those meteor crashes are just gonna put in a world of hurt.
It's tough to be stuck with a non-defensive burst, but I mean, if he wants to get through this health deficit, I guess making the most out of his stack burst could be a good option. If he wouldn't get grabbed.
Jiren's grab, not the most powerful grab around, and definitely will allow Shupi to regain some stamina. And now the stamina situation is looking pretty even between those two players, but Juju thinks with a confident health lead here.
You can tell these guys begin to kind of play around each other. You know, Shupi's kind of anticipating JJK to be going for these really safe dashing lights, so he's kind of going in blocking, he's kind of going in setting up punishing shield. And JJK's...
And Punisher Shield, potentially an underrated move. Maybe not the strongest one around, but one that lets you be very safe, and Shupi will do a world of hurt with that Super Kame.
And yet, here's JJK kind of taking advantage of his expectation to, you know, block by going in for grabs.
Yeah, going for grabs again and again, and that's why you cannot be too telegraphed with your blocks. You have to be mindful of those. But Shupi's stamina situation looking great. Those grabs give you a huge opportunity to just regain a lot of stamina and reads the burst perfectly and catches him with a... Wow. That was an extremely good burst read, and Shupi will take round 3, advancing. Wow.
My favorite part about that was how God Punisher managed to still track him after he had super back jumped away. Whew, man. That was good to see.
Yeah, that was fantastic, and you don't see God Punisher used too often, but a pretty fast ult, faster than Super Kame, definitely catching him there, and JJK without time to back up. JJK, I would say the lag. Yeah, there was a desync on fucking round 2, but Chupi did take a bunch of damage from that. He fell out of your Power Range wave. He still wasted his evasive and still took a bunch of damage from being comboed from a mile away. You can watch back the stream to see that. So I would say you did not get out on disadvantage on that desync that happened. If you can ask him for a rerun if you wanted to, if you want to see how that goes, but I mean, yeah. Yeah, I saw that, Shuvi.
In the meantime, who's up next?
Yeah, up next we have Ladgros and Newt. So the two contestants two contestants that Newt may be one of the more established players here. Very good player. Been playing in our server since 2017. Ladgros, more newer addition to the server, but proving himself to be a fairly decent player in his own right. And I'm interested to see how these two will match up against each other. I don't think we've seen this matchup before. Maybe we did, but I ain't keeping track.
You know, I never thought to ask him what Ladgros means. Like, is it backwards for something, or is it in our language?
Yeah, you have to wonder. Maybe. I mean, I don't really expect people's nicknames to make sense because it's not like mine has any hidden meaning to it either. So, but yeah, you have to wonder.
Another thing I'm wondering is what characters might these guys see? We've mostly seen, you know, actually, and when it comes to who we've seen most of, I think we've technically seen most non-DLC 13 characters match to match. But so far, we've seen some base Gogeta, we've seen some full power Jiren. Nothing from the Cauliflower Kale camp so far.
Yeah, and Kale, particularly a character that a lot of people have been praising, that she has very good neutral, very good damage, and I'm inclined to agree with that. So I'm wondering if either of these contestants will be playing her here tonight.
Oh, another character I'm wondering if anyone's going to be playing. Kefla. Allowed too, right?
Oh yeah, for sure. Base Kefla, maybe not the strongest of picks, but definitely a very valid one. Recently, some development there. There was some tech, quote unquote, developed for her. That's a bit connection reliant, but allows you to land the gigantic breaker key blast portion that does a lot of damage in a single tick off of almost any knockback. So we could be seeing a little bit of usage out of that.
Maybe later in the bracket when the North Americans and the EUs kind of start mixing together, we might see more of that.
Yeah, for sure. And yeah, still very early in the tournament, still not even enough contestants to have potentially picked all of the characters available. So I still expect to be surprised by what these contestants have been developing with both the old and new characters all together in this last week of preparation for the tournament.
He's kind of having a little bit of trouble with his Steam. Do you think we should move on to another match for the meantime, or?
Well, Newt says he's got to restart Steam. Let's give him like a couple minutes and see if we can get that in order. And if not, we just skip over the match, do Fabled Enigma versus Dingus, and go back to them. Let's see what Newt says. Wait.
Now, when it comes to Newt, man, I wonder what he's going to pick.
Yeah.
Do you recall practicing with him earlier in the week?
In fact, I do not. I believe, but Newt did mention that his Caulifla was clean, so we might be seeing a bit of Caulifla there. Both me and Newt, we've been familiarizing ourselves with the Crush Cannon cancel combos for Caulifla, so that should be very interesting to see if he goes for that, if he just gonna play a more keep away playstyle, just focusing on charging. I'm very interested to see if he's gonna bring Caulifla at all and how he decides to play her.
Here it comes. Newt versus Ladgros.
Yeah, let's see how this goes for us.
So we all know. Well, I guess I'll save my commentary for whether he actually picks Caulifla, because there's actually something I was curious about. But
yeah, for sure.
Let's see what he goes for, and Ladgros as well.
Ladgros, I believe I played him earlier this week. I straight up do not recall what he played, so very interested to see what he favors out of this DLC, and he goes for the full power Jiren. So yeah, Newt will be showing the first Caulifla of the tournament.
Really interested in seeing Caulifla's what Caulifla can offer in the neutral, because we all know Crush Cannon, 20k if you charge long enough, being able to always have a charge in and encourage your opponent to come for you after any knockaway. But how does Caulifla fare just when it comes to punching? So far it seems to be doing pretty well.
Yeah, for sure. One thing that's been noted before is that Caulifla's strings
break already.
The charged heavy on the guard, and he goes for the quick ultimate and probably charging Crush Cannon after this.
No, he's going right into it.
Yeah. Newt does not back away. He sees the opportunity to go for the win here and just tries to seize it. Gotta respect that. But yeah, Caulifla, a character that may be lacking reach, but wow, and punishes the evasive. And that's where you wish you had an evasive that maybe repositioned you a little bit. Ladgros tries to predict the vanish, does not go for it. Newt's still looking pretty at nearly full health, full stamina, full resources to work with here.
He seems to be making very much use out of single charge or very low charge Crush Cannon just as a fast around 2k super. This you can use very reliably, almost in the same way you would Energy Wave combo.
Yeah, very much so. Some people rating Crush Cannon as a side grade to Energy Wave combo. I definitely try to agree with that. Maybe it's harder to... it's easier to dodge it, but it's extremely difficult to react to still. And Newt just keeping on the pressure. And that one thing you can't underestimate about Caulifla is she lacks reach, yes, but she has a lot of priority to go to. And Newt's just gonna finish off the first round here. Wow. Very dominant display from Newt.
This Caulifla King. This match definitely goes to show. Caulifla has plenty of damage options, even outside of a fully charged Crush Cannon. I was kind of sleeping on her ultimate at first, It seems kind of like full power energy wave with extra steps, but...
But one thing to note is that both her ultimate and Kale's ultimate as well, they are both faster than full power energy wave. You can test... I don't think I called Newt Preemie, did I? Anyway, her ults are faster than full power energy wave, and you can test that through putting them on custom capsula that gets access to both of them. And so it is potentially a hard ultimate to dodge. And Ladgros showing us his kill here.
Our first kill of the tournament.
Yeah, our first kill, and under a lot of pressure from those meteor crashes, decides to potentially use up all his stamina, really back against the wall here, facing potential elimination. And if Newt's just seizing the opportunity to deal massive amounts of damage, given that Ladgros is lacking the resources to really respond.
Ooh, but taking advantage of that, blocking.
Yeah, gigantic rage, of course, grab move, goes through block, so very, very easy to just prevent the opponent from turtling up against kill. And especially during the health burst, the low animation gave him lots of time to regen more health, even potentially more stamina.
And this is for sure one advantage we're seeing base Jiren have in comparison to everyone else in this tournament roster. the ability to just have like this great survivability by virtue of his 2-bar evasive, and also just his vast amount of stamina in general. These new DLC characters, with the exception of I guess Jiren and Gogeta, kind of starved for stamina in a way, especially considering the 3-bar evasives.
Yeah, I definitely would agree with that. Kale, maybe a little bit more health to go around, so maybe you're not as gimped by that, but definitely in the matchup versus Jiren, you just have so much resources to go through, and at least her best advantage here is the fact that she does have a health burst, but it will not matter. Didn't even force the burst out of Newt, and well, Newt wins the first match for him convincingly too well.
I wonder if this might be a trend we might see further on into the tournament. All of these breakless damage being so devastating to these characters with 2-bar evasives, or perhaps, I guess even then, limit burst, once you pop it, it's gone. So that couldn't help it too much.
Yeah, definitely so. I think this will be a very a tournament centered on just heavy breakless damage in the form of just confirming ultimates without even going for the break, and all the DLC characters seem to be having the tools to just go for that. Up next we have Fable, Enigma, and Dingus, I believe.
These guys are like besties. They're like blood brothers.
Yeah.
They edit images of each other, you know, holding hands.
Yeah, true. These two are very friendly towards each other. Fable, of course, putting a lot more work lately towards improving his Xenoverse gameplay. Yesterday on the Switch, he showed us a bit of Kale. He played a fantastic game, I would say, and I think we probably will be seeing here some more Kale from Fable. And Dingus, on the other hand, I legitimately do not know what to expect, but I know he's a big fan of Gogeta, so he could be going for that. And Gogeta, as we know, very strong character, could definitely pay off in a big way for Dingus should he go for it.
Interested in seeing what Fable takes away from. He participated in the last tournament for his own Switchverse Discord just yesterday.
Yeah.
So
yeah, just yesterday. Yeah.
Is he gonna feel tired? Is he gonna feel extra primed?
Yeah, you have to wonder about that. And there we see Super Saiyan Blue Gogeta from Dingus actually versus Fable's. Oh, I've never seen this loading screen.
Dude, I love these new loading screens. That Vegeta one.
It's great. But yeah, oh, Dingus going for the.
Whoa!
Oh, he gets the. Oh no!
I didn't realize it was the ultimate until it was too late.
Oh, I think he did. He realized it, but he thought he could punish. You cannot with that ultimate. But he goes for a huge break damage of his own there, catching him with a blaster stream into the blaster cannon.
We're not half a minute into this match, and both contestants are pretty much at a bar of health left.
Yeah, just the stamina to their name, and just a very aggressive kind of play. Oh, but the breakless blaster stream, and Kale has a very fast confirm into that.
Ooh, but it's bursted too late.
Yeah, maybe he did not realize how much damage that ultimate would do. The second portion of it dealing the biggest brunt of it. But yeah, just Fable reading the limit burst option and just going for the lingering hitbox of Blaster Bomb.
This first match was no disappointment at all.
Yeah.
Wow.
This is exactly what I expect between these two contestants, and they're always here to entertain us with some very interesting universe play.
But yeah, I think in this moment we also got to see, just as you said earlier, with how fast these ultimates come out, the potential that Kale has with these breakless damage, which we aren't going to be seeing any more of. Here we go. 2 DBS Gogetas, 1 blue. This I'm actually interested in. it's always been something that I've been wondering about ever since Base Gogeta came out. When it comes to base presets only, he did it. I thought,
what?
no way he's gonna do it twice. Surely he wouldn't do it twice.
I think Fable underestimated the hitbox, the way it gets displaced, and just he was gonna just wait it out, but gets hit by it anyway. And just starting off at a huge disadvantage. Last time he managed to score a break on Dingus for his trade, but
he's doing it again.
Yeah, he puts on a lot of respect to it, and
fool me 3 times, you know.
Yeah. Oh, those Punisher drives, just so much damage to be found on those.
I mean, honestly, Dingus could have just ran for like 5 minutes straight, and I wouldn't have held it against him.
But that's the thing too, right? Can you actually pull it off? Can you manage to? Oh, but blocks the burst, and that. Oh, but that does not connect. And Fable now looking at sitting pretty here with his burst. Actually gets to regen some stamina, and the next neutral interaction could decide this match. And that Punisher drive. Oh, the burst does manage to knock him out.
Good thing it doesn't seal burst.
Oh, but hits him through the stat vanishing, and Fable will just take the second round convincingly. 2-0, goddamn. Starting at a huge disadvantage, just eating up the times 100, but man, he brought it back in a huge way, and you cannot underestimate the damage that Base Gogeta can bring to the table.
That was just amazing to watch.
I agree. Definitely agree. Next up we have you versus Dan the Dango, so I believe we have to remake the room for that one.
Alright, sounds good to me. I wonder what Dan's gonna run. I know what Dan's gonna run if we ever do like a Mentor version of this tournament. I definitely know what he's gonna run there. He's gonna run the Mentor Omega, but
yeah.
When it comes to this one, I'm curious.
Yeah, very much so. I don't know what he's been messing with. I believe he said he was more interested in Gogeta, so we could be seeing a little bit of that. But I do not know what either of these players will be bringing to the table. I don't think you've talked much about what character tickle your fancy to. So really a very mysterious match all around. Let's get Dan in here and we can get it started.
Oh man, I love this song. Alright, I'll be right back.
Alright, I'll take it from here. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we are gonna get this match underway. Multi, of course, getting a lot of making lots of improvements in the past few months. Just qualifying for the Universal Tournament, excellent display from his CAC there. Now showing us his skill of all things, so very interested to see how he'll perform with that, and what we'll see out of both of these contestants. And then goes for the base Jiren. I've never seen Dan play Jiren at all, but Jiren does have some key confirm tech, and Dan is very much well known for being very fond of those. So he should definitely be going for that sort of tech himself, and just trying to get those fancy power impact extensions. Just keeping Multi away, peppering him with key lemons, and just not really much in the form of damage or stamina pressure from both these contestants at all, but Dan just starts off his loops, tries to go for the power impact when he realizes the combo drop, but too little too late. Multi is able to recover, but Multi cannot seem to score any hits whatsoever, and just bleeding down his stamina, his health, and then just sitting on a massive advantage so far. Going for the 2-bar evasive, maybe expecting the breakless ultimate there. A very, very cautious approach to it, and going for the power impact. Does not accrue a lot of damage, but it is damage nonetheless. And Multi just going for those loops of kills alternating. A different look from kills from the previous kill we've seen in Fabled Enigma, and very interesting way to pressure the. Oh, but the break combo, not a real break combo apparently. There's always these combos that are also affected by online, so cannot rule that out. But Multi now dropped his advantage, and while these combo drops are not gonna make Dan's life easier either. So both these players, Multi with a health deficit and Dan with a stamina deficit, go for the meteor crash, but immediately gets punished. And if I'm Dan, I'm maybe looking to hit some combos here, but with KO you always gotta be careful with that breakless ult potential. And he managed to vie for a neutral win there. Goes for his loops, of course. The power impact, just adding on a bit of damage. Multi will go for the limit burst to try to force Dan on the offensive. Seeing Pretty there, forcing him to prevent this regeneration, and goes to the ground for extra. And the chip damage denying any regen. That's actually a funny interaction. Oh, and goes for another meteor crash. Kill, of course, with a 3-bar evasive. Really tough to just get out of there. And now both these players sitting at very low stamina. This neutral interaction of now could define the match, and Multi goes for maybe a failed knockback into the blaster string, and that will seal the match. Then goes up 1-0. Fantastic match between these two contestants so far. Very zealous play. Just very evenly matched between these two contestants.
Now I'll be punching air out here. We go again. And that is like, second round.
All right. Let's see if Dan's gonna keep showing us his regular Jiren, if he's gonna go for potentially the full power Jiren. There's lots of possibilities here, and Multi seems to be thinking a little bit about his character choice, not really deciding on it, but decides to go with the KO again. And just the same characters from previous match, just Jiren KO once again here in the time chamber.
I'll give it my all.
Oh, the Tournament of Power rather. This is a canon matchup too, I believe. Jiren being the one who stopped full power, or rather Berserk kill in her Rampage. So maybe Multi here going for that different continuity, just beating Jiren's face in and just bringing us to a round 3 in the Tournament of Power. Goes for the full power energy wave, but does not track correctly, and Multi gets a huge opportunity here to recover almost 2 stamina bars, and he's quite content to just vanish out of this loop because Dan is not being able to successfully pressure his stamina very much, if at all. That being said, Dan keeps going for those power key blast into power impact, and just a lot of power from Jiren here, where he just gonna be peppering Multi with damage, and Multi not much in the form of retaliation here, then still sitting in his green bar, and Multi will finally take down his first bar of health, and evening up very quickly with that, I believe, Blaster Bomb it was, and that attack deals extra damage at a range, so Multi definitely primed here to do more damage, but with the Blaster Cannon, raw Blaster Cannon at that, so forced to limit burst early, and that's not what you gotta, not what you want to see here on the back foot, back against the wall, but does not get caught out by Dan quite just yet. And as I say that, he goes for the Meteor Crash, deals massive damage onto Multi. That defense drop from the health burst, not helping any, but gets the opportunity here to go for the Blaster Swing. Does not get punished. A super front jump not being fast enough for the punish, and Dan just quite content to just let himself fall to the ground in juggle animations. His last bar of stamina, and these two contestants are very even right now. The next neutral interaction could be defining the entirety of this match and the set potentially. Then leading up 1-0 could knock Multi into the loser's bracket right now. Multi very cautious about his approaches, does not want to get perfect block, goes for the Blaster Bomb, but goes for the Blaster Cannon, and finishes off Dan as he recovers from the first knockback, evening the score 1-1. Fantastic match between these two contestants, and as I said, not the canon result. Kill, defeating Jiren, and maybe we could be seeing here a character swap from Dan, some form of adjustments. I believe Multi is probably sticking with Scale, which brought him success so far. Very close matches, both rounds, but maybe, yeah, we could see adjustments from both players in this third and final round of the set.
Sorry, I'm here.
Yeah, and as expected, Multi is going to be choosing KO here, just switching between the stages, maybe once that Tournament of Power, maybe once the Nameless Planet, and yeah, we're just keep with the Tournament of Power team, which is very prominent in this DLC in general as well. So
Not anymore.
KO versus Jiren, one last round, and let's see if Dan manages to do a rerun of his first set, just a repeat of that fantastic performance that brought him the win, or if Multi really got his number down now. And at first it definitely does not look like it. Already emptied out his whole stamina, and it's probably gonna be hit by a full power energy wave here, and he does, putting him on his last bar of health. 3 stamina to his name, decides to go for the health burst, but gets punished, gets caught out, and you cannot go for these raw bursts like that, and this is why. And the grab, not to Multi's detriment very much, does negate a lot of the healing brought by the health burst, but he's now looking at his full stamina, and well, I think Multi just dropped his whole spaghetti here, man. Just not looking good for him, and potentially Dan just a very good adjustment, very fast adjustment, and he knows he controls the pace of this match with the resource lead that he holds right now. Multi with a fast perfect block, very good perfect block. Dan with the slow turn round, so maybe Multi a little bit too cautious there, not wanting to get caught out, but missed his window to punish. And now with no stamina and no limit burst, he eats the Meteor Crash and gets sent down to loser's bracket.
Not fair.
Dan advances 2-1. Fantastic play from both contestants.
I was not favored. Let's see.
It's a very good match. You do not have to feel bad about that one for sure.
we'll be starting right up with the next round.
Yeah, we will be moving on to round 2. That was the last match of our first round of the tournament, and we should be looking here at Felix versus Palki. Palki's connection maybe not the best happening here with Z-Wolf in his first match. Let's see if between him and Felix there's a more stable match, or if everything is just gonna go to shit, you know, that British internet can't be trusted upon.
So who's on first again?
Felix and Palki.
Ah, okay. Felix's first match of the day.
Yeah. Felix, of course, historically very good player, starting off seeded. Don't think we need to justify as to why. Winner of the Universal Tournament, so winner of the other World Tournament as well. So we should be looking here at a matchup where he's very much favored, the favorite player, and looking here, Palki looking here to upset him and just bring him to his untimely demise, sending him to loser's bracket. Let's see what both of these contestants will be showing us here today. Palki, I imagine, sticking to that God Goku, but we could see all kinds of different looks from this player, so who knows what they have in store for us.
DBS Gogeta Ditto.
Yeah, very strong new character. Felix has been enjoying this character very much. Palki, I believe, showing his first DBS Gogeta, he went for Full Power Jiren, he went for God Goku. So maybe feeling he can outplay Felix in this Ditto, in the mirror of Super Saiyan. Felix goes for Super Saiyan.
Even just one light attack is all you need. Get the fast transformation.
Yeah, straight up. Nothing more than that. Felix may be banking on that Punisher drive, Punisher. Both of them Super Saiyan now. Even stamina situation, but Palki vanishes a little bit too cautious there. Tries to bait out Felix into vanishing as well, trying to even up the situation here. And these players could not be more even, but Felix should be going here for the...
Whoa!
Oh! Yeah, Palki had the stamina there, and you cannot underestimate that. Goes for the Punisher drive. Palki is forced to evade, and now looking at his last bar of stamina, last bar of health, things are not looking good for the best of Palki here.
But that does remind me, we haven't seen a successfully thrown Meteor Explosion yet. Very similar in concept to moves like Time Skip Molotov or Darkness Rush, where it's completely inescapable once you get hit by it.
Yes, very much so. It's considered a grab move as well, so I believe it does work on Super Armor Limit Burst. I don't think we have any Super Armor users in this tournament, but one thing to keep in mind is that ultimate can be very terrifying to get hit by. And even if you have full stamina, by the time you get hit by it, it could spell the end of the match for you. And Felix goes for it, just for the flashy finish, and the Super Saiyan should be enough damage boost to ensure this finishes the match, and it does.
I've never seen that move from a spectator's point of view before. That's neat.
Yeah.
How did he confirm that again?
I think he just got the break and went for it. You're staggered upon immediately getting broken right from the perfect block, so he had enough time to catch, and Palki just could not float away in time. Felix takes round 1.
So it looks like Meteor Explosion's definitely on the table when it comes to usability.
Yes.
Wonder if we're gonna see any Shine Shot Meteor Explosion. That was some. Those are some things I saw from, I guess, people labbing it out, people testing.
Yeah, we saw a lot of Shine Shot usage yesterday on the Switch. We did not see any of it Palki? We did not see any of it in today's tournament yet. Shine Shot, a very great move, used in Xenoverse 1 more of the dodging too, but here mostly a combo extender. And did Palki
Straight up offline.
rage quit? Question mark?
It's like he turned
Oh,
off his
hit-
computer? No, no way.
Hit invite to lobby, I guess.
Yeah, okay.
I didn't.
Had to do it from my Steam menu.
Yeah, I saw that. Well, that's. Oh, his PC crushed. Okay. I forgot though. Yeah, Felix just hit him so hard that his entire PC died. That's the power of Meteor Explosion. Do not get hit by it, kids.
I hate power scaling.
Yeah. All right.
Next update,
So-
you're gonna get beaten so bad your freaking PC explodes.
Yeah, dude. You do not want to get hit by these new moves, and definitely not Meteor Explosion.
Yeah, my freaking PC got meteor explosions. My
Yeah,
Steam almost got meteor explosion before we were able to start today. Whew,
Wow.
Oh, that
yeah,
was-
the
I was worried.
the power creep in the DLC is something else. All right, but yeah, but very convincing display from Felix here. Palki generally doing a lot better on the base Gogeta Ditto that I expected him to. Felix, of course, very good, very established player, but it goes to show the power of that character. Very volatile. If you get caught by him, you're just gonna take lots and lots of damage.
Exactly, the stamina was just flying this match, you know, and that's something I've
Yeah.
noticed from a lot of these matches. You know, the stamina. Not talking about myself. Okay, that was something else. What happened to me? In most matches, you know, it's like a lot of stamina trading. You know, back to back to back. Very
Yeah.
fast pace.
Yeah, very much so. I would agree that. And yeah, the fact that most of these characters also having 3-bar evasives, Punisher Drive sometimes does not care at all if you vanish it or not, so you are forced to evasive. Just lots of methods to force out the stamina of your opponents, and that's why what we're gonna see here, just early limit bursts, lots of stamina depleted within the first minute of the match, and lots of damage on the table whenever someone gets caught out with no stamina.
And he's back.
And he's back on board, and hopefully no more PC issues, so that we can see a smooth set between these two contestants, Felix and Palki. And Palki here hopefully trying to even up the score. I wonder if there will be any character change from either of these players.
Wonder if Felix might feel, you know, confident in his Gogeta, might switch off. No.
He does not, but Palki does. Palki, of course, bringing the God Goku that brought in success over D-Wolf. Lots of damage in the Ki Blast Cannon, and that heavy combo into Super Kame. You just have to watch out for it. And Palki just goes to the ceiling, just comfortably trying to take the match there. Maybe going for some of those uppercuts into Ki Blast Cannon, maybe some ceiling attack that we are not aware of. And catches Felix in the first of his neutral interactions, and yes, as I say that, he goes for those Ki Blast Cannon confirms.
It's true that God Goku here, not a DLC character, but there has been a few, you know, changes going on in the world of Goku since this update. Fast breaks are gone, right? And
Yeah,
for another thing, I found it to be easier to like do your alternate knockaway and then immediately follow up with a dash at the opponent. That was a little bit tricky for me before the update. Now it's a lot more simple to do.
yeah. Palki, on the other hand, for goes any combo, goes for the burst dash into Kamehameha, just peppering Felix for damage there, and both these players looking relatively even in terms of stamina, as Goku has a lot less stamina to go with, but Palki with a convincing full bar of health lead.
Yeah, and I suppose even with these admittedly slight changes. Pocky's able to kind of slip into this Goku identity very well.
Yeah, very true, very true. And Goku, a character that just uh, plays a lot of just your fundamentals, your understanding of the universe, and Ki Blast Cannon, of course, a menace just makes lots of damage in slow recovery loops. So you have to watch out for that for Felix. And he managed to get Pocky to his last bar of stamina, but he gets put in his last bar of stamina himself, so he has to limit burst there.
Ooh, getting caught by the grab.
And yeah, getting caught by the grab, completely different situation here. And Pocky, of course,
for a self break.
going for the self break, and God Goku, keep in mind, he does have the super armor limit burst, so he is safe to self break himself, but he's forced to use it here in face of the Warp Kame. And maybe that self break a little bit too ambitious and puts Pocky in a severe deficit here. Felix does not allow him to self break at all.
Not even to try and see if he can get a cheeky meteor explosion off, if that was able to work.
Yeah, Felix just very interested in sealing this match off, advancing 2-0 cleanly. But Pocky, of course, trying to deny that here, and on the back foot, but still in a very good position to finish off this match.
I don't recall. Does base Gogeta share that extremely fast to cancel or fast recovery dashing light that Dragon Ball Z Gogeta does?
I believe he does, but I'm not entirely too sure. I believe Felix mentioned something about that. So yeah, this could be a character that combines the upsides of Blue Gogeta to Super Saiyan Gogeta from Dragon Ball Z, but here he's just gonna go for very quick combo damage and finish off the match. Pocky with no option to retaliate whatsoever, and just gets sent down to loser's bracket.
Man, so far, what a character this form of Gogeta has been shaping up to be.
Yeah.
Can you recall any other character that kind of has this kind of thing going where, like, all of these cancels, such great hard knockdowns, reliable, step cancels and damage and all that?
Not very many characters have all of these tools. I think the closest character to be able to perform to that level is Gogeta himself in his Super Saiyan Blue form. So definitely just a menace of a character, and we should be looking at a very potentially the most picked DLC character for this tournament from DLC 13.
Who's up next?
Oh yeah, it's Newt and Shupi.
Oh, this is another set of characters another set of players that I'm sure have played against each other plenty of times in the past, right?
Yeah, it's a very classic matchup. OGs will remember the clip that gets brought up from time to time where Shupi just defeated Newt with Super Ghost Kamikaze from Gotenks. Newt not quite sure how to respond, and that's the thing. Newt, very strong fundamentals player, but he tends to have trouble with more unorthodox strategies, maybe moves that have properties that you would not assume from them, and Shupi just leans into those very, very hard. But here we're gonna see some base Gogeta versus God Gogeta, and very interested to see how this will shape up. These two are very strong players. And that Punisher Shield, definitely the kind of moves that Noob would struggle with. And let's see if Shupi's gonna lean into that, maybe make Noob a bit uncomfortable to approach in this match.
Man, just check out the power of base Gogeta's Super Soul, like even against someone who starts out with a full bar key, 30 seconds in the match, you can barely even tell.
It's already full, and Super Saiyan slows your stamina recovery, denies you the stamina regen from basics. So and still,
Wow.
Newt is being able to keep his key pretty much at full at all times. Goes for the grab. Super Saiyan Blue Gogeta's grab, a combo starter, but maybe a little unreliable on connections sometimes. And just gotta be very mindful of that. Newt going for the burst dash.
Smart of Newt to be careful around the Punisher shield, considering how long the hitbox lasts.
Yeah, very much so, but Newt's gonna go for the Punisher drive loops here. Oh, but faces the wrong direction and cannot continue it. Just a quick burst of damage, but does not extend it whatsoever.
Will we see a breakless ultimate?
We have to at this point, right? This should be
Inescapable. No limit burst is going to help him out of that one.
And beating Blue Gogeta with his own signature move from the movie. Wow. Alright, Newt goes up 1-0. And very explosive match between these two contestants. Definitely a bit in Newt's favor, but I believe should be definitely the kind of player that could turn this around and just bring it to a game 3 of the set. Very good match between these two. Yeah, Z-Wolf stating Punisher Drive does so much, and especially with Super Saiyan, that 30% damage increase, not to be frowned upon, just a very high damage coming out of this character.
Newt switching off to full power Jiren.
Full power Jiren.
You know, you'd think these two characters would have a unique dialogue together. Not that I could find.
Yeah, maybe so. Jiren, of course, potentially not as strong of a character as Gogeta, but if Newt lapped him, I imagine we could see some good stuff coming our way. Gets hit in the face with the Punisher shield, gets hit with a kick, and already looking at a health deficit, however minor it might be, but no players electing to use their stamina very much so far.
One thing I'm interested in seeing from Newt is the potential of more ultimates being thrown around, you know, given his larger pool of ki, and the fact that his soul just gives him so much regeneration for ki, just in general. It wouldn't be out of the question to just throw power rushes at every now and then.
Yeah, very much. Power Rush, of course, very scary ultimate. Base Jiren cannot make great use of it because he has to set up meditation for it, but these 10 characters like Jiren, like Toko, especially with the God Punisher instead of the Super Kame rather, but managed to catch him on the rollback. Maybe less damage than should be would have hoped for. And the Punisher shield catches Newt.
We haven't seen bursts from either of these guys yet, have we?
No, we did not. We have not, but of course, should be the first to burst. Looking to for the raw ultimate there, maybe a little bit of a misplay from him, but Newt not confident that he can punish it because of the tracking, and gets to recover some of his stamina. Goes for the burst, so both bursts are out. Health burst, of course, a much bigger advantage, but in Jiren's grab, tanking
Azote de almas.
putting him below 2 so he cannot vanish the next interaction, and is forced to vanish right away. Goes for the back hit power rush, bit optimistic there, but a very strong option had it connected.
Well done playing around that burst. We see both of these guys at virtually equal health until Newt manages that breakless full power energy. That was full power energy wave, right? Man.
Yes. Full power energy wave. A reminder that Jiren has a super, so it's a 2-bar super, and just lots of damage from that combo. A very scary confirm there by Newt. And he will move on to face Felix in the winners semifinals.
Ah, man. If I were Shupi, what would I want to be thinking about in terms of what I can do to improve during the losers bracket?
I believe mostly the limit burst usage. If you have an attack burst, you have to be going for those earlier, maybe using that in favor of instead of using an evasive. But other than that, very good play from both these contestants, just very evenly matched, but Newt got the edge there at critical interactions and just managed to win out. Very close games that could have gone either way, and I don't think you have to feel too bad about that if you're shooting. Up next we have FCHA and Fabled Enigma, so we can get that started.
You've
Get
got
right
it.
into it.
How much you want to bet? There's going to be some variation of Gogeta happening within this set.
Oh, I would not doubt it, even for a second. I did see in the Discord both these contestants perhaps agreeing to a KO Ditto, and it's very interesting. It will be very interesting to see from both of these a little bit more KO in this tournament. Very strong character that maybe is getting a little bit overlooked in favor of the very strong base Gogeta.
Yeah, for sure. You know, the other day, I found out that someone told me that, like, the Spanish translation that they have for Soul Punisher in this game is Azote de Almas, which literally translates to Soul Spanker. And I was like, man, what?
that's
And he
that's
had
very
no
funny.
idea what move that was when he got Gogeta. He was like, what does he do?
Yeah, that description maybe a little bit lost in translation there. It was very funny situation.
Unironically, sounds like a Budokai Tenkaichi 3 music track name.
It really does. I would agree with that.
But yeah, as soon as Etcha hops in the room, we'll be able to start this next
I see
match.
Afcha exchanging some KO tips, maybe helping you out in your losers run.
Oh, for real?
Definitely interested in that.
He was telling me that LHH is a great option for forcing banishes. You know, provided you can cancel appropriately once you realize, okay, well they're gonna vanish early before you get to do the kick up and the teleport.
Yeah, exactly. And those characters always manage to have some combo that even if they're not a stamina break confirm, even if they're not particularly dangerous by themselves, they play with your opponent's mind, right? They look very punishable. They look like a great opportunity to vanish, or just look very that they could be threatening, even if you're not intending to follow them up. And just the empty combo will force your opponent to vanish and just give you that little advantage in every neutral situation. Alright, Afcha maybe keeping us waiting here a little bit. Not entirely sure what's going on. Kanyoro, Regita is not in this tournament. We did not include him. Yeah. The characters allowed, once again, are Super Saiyan God Goku, Kefla, Jiren, and Super Saiyan Blue Gogeta, and the 4 new DLC characters. Hey Derp, hey Justin, some of the guys from Switchverse here to cheer on Fabled. See if he can make it far. He made it pretty far last time too, losing to the champion. And let's see if he can take on Afcha here and put himself solidly in the winner semifinals.
I'm looking forward to it. I actually I got to catch a lot of Fabled's matches yesterday as Kale. I was really excited about how he played.
Yeah.
It was good
This
to
man definitely picked up Kale as a really strong character of his own. Go on.
It was good to see how he made use out of Kale's H string, like how much it moves her, and which was something that I thought, oh man, that's amazing. I think I probably leaned into it too hard when I tried using it myself, but like he was able to very naturally punish things such as explosive wave using the range that he can get off of, you know, back hitting and then going back. It's the same way most people deal with Dragon Burn, if they are able to back it fast enough.
Yeah, I agree with that. Explosive wave. A lot of these evasives that have a very limited range but are very scary to get hit by. If you can expect the evasive and just throw out a back hit, very good solution. And you can often punish them, especially in this scenario where it's a lot of 3-bar evasives floating around. If you get punished for throwing out an evasive, it could spell the death of you, especially against Gale.
Okay, we have F-Chad joining in just a tiny little bit. We'll be able to start the match. Have you seen anything going on when it comes to the stages? Like, do you think have any stages been like able to affect the outcome of a given match? You've seen the wall come in a couple times, unfortunately knocking people out of the way of some damaging ultimates or combos or strings.
Yeah, the walls, all endless stages now. World Tournament had its corners removed, so all endless stages have curved walls. So knockbacks can be very treacherous to use a very vulnerable follow-ups on. And especially, we didn't see a lot of Caulifla, but Crush Cannon's also an ultimate that can just super that can just drop on knockbacks due to the walls, so it's definitely something to keep in mind. But I don't think so far the biggest difference between the stages is of course their height, and I think Valky may be the only player that made use of the just going to the ceiling, but the stage itself did not impact on it, and they seem quite comfortable playing any given stage here. So the KO Ditto as agreed for contestants, just showing us what they learned about this character in the week that she's been out.
Raw dashing lights appears to be something that is not they're not looking for it apparently, and it's like going for more like a key stun that they can use to go into standing strings.
Yeah. Oh, F-Just Blaster Cannon loops dropped there. Fable didn't even have to use stamina, he just recovered and punished it appropriately. And now F-Just stamina looking very low, and if Fable catches him, he could go for the Breakless ultimate. Very scary damage potential, and even up the health score everything you see.
And the best part is, I have to ask you, like, which one do you think he might go for? Would he go for the LH, or would he go for like a hard knockdown from any of the other combos?
Just so many possibilities. I feel like any kill knockback confirms the Blaster String. Just such a fast ultimate, and the damage is not to be ignored at all. After popping that burst early, does not want to be caught out, and is now sitting at white health. Lots of stamina to go with, and Fable's still holding on to his burst, looking at a green stamina situation. Oh, but after reads the burst and goes for the Blaster Stream after the knockback there.
Fable just barely able to escape it with his evasive.
Oh, perfect blocks the evasive, draining after one more of his stamina. The proverbial 4-bar evasive doesn't work, but after goes for the perfect block and finishes it off with another Blaster String. Very quick ultimate, very dangerous ultimate.
KO takes the first point.
Yeah. You have to imagine now if we'll see a different look from either of these contestants, are just gonna stick to the KO Ditto, just trying to outplay each other with the knowledge that they have of these characters and their general play styles. After, of course, very dangerous with the perfect blocks. At the end there, the perfect blocks decided the direction, and just Fable ran out of stamina very quickly. So let's see, maybe Fable will choose to play a little bit more conservatively, or if you just go for a different character altogether. Anything is possible here.
Back to the KO Ditto.
Yeah, they're sticking to the kill. A little bit of a change of look in the arena, going for the tournament power, but overall, same character, and we should be seeing very good gameplay out of this character for both these contestants.
There we see an example of his LHH being a good method of, encouraging vanishes. It looks like he's able to be safely key canceled.
Yeah, definitely so. And you do not want to get hit by it, especially since it's just a very good way to confirm. Even Blaster Stream, you would not assume it hits, but it does hit even just from the knockdown itself, not even the hard knockdown. Do not have to be close to the ground for it to confirm. So it's very scary prospect. And after just getting caught up by the back hit, and Fable reads the burst perfectly, goes for the Blaster Stream, very quick ultimate, and he just should be going for a lot more damage with those Blaster Cannons, I believe. Oh, but the Blaster Cannon drops, and FJ now managed to regain some of his stamina, looking to be full stamina and a lot of health to work with, and just hitting Fable with the Blaster Stream to even up the game. A very similar situation for both these contestants.
And he just allows himself to eat the Blaster Cannons, partially due to him not wanting to just let himself use 3 stamina just to avoid like a 3k-ish super. But still, like, these are clearly adding up.
Yeah, and after recognizing that Fable is just not going to use any stamina, goes for the Blaster Bomb, manages to catch him, and very strong options here, just adding on a lot of damage onto Fable. And he goes for another Blaster Stream. Fable, of course, had the stamina to evasive, but now looking at almost 0 stamina situation here, and after it catches him out again, this could be the end of the match. Oh, but the quick knockdown into Blaster Stream, it did not work at first, but Fable got sucked back in, and Afcha moves up 2-0. A very strong KO performance. Of course, Fable no slouch at the KO either. I would not be surprised to see him bounce back and lose his bracket, but Afcha showing that he's definitely a menace here to be reckoned with.
Well done to contestants, both of them. I learned a lot.
Yeah, very much. Alright, next up we have me and Dan the Dango. So, no one will be able to take care of the brackets, but let's get right into it. Dan the Dango, of course, phenomenal player. Advanced to the second round after playing you, and well, very interested to see what he will bring in this match.
Assuming he chooses to go back to his Jiren, Psyker will definitely have to watch out for just having that whole dichotomy between you having 3 bars of evasive, assuming you go Kefla, versus Jiren's 2 bars and significantly more stamina. I feel like this match is definitely going to be very centered around how these guys handle neutral. So best of luck to the both of them. May the net could be on your side. But shoot, it's only Dan's second match and Psyker's first one. We might even see a different setup of characters, so let's see which one they choose to go with. It's as I expected. Dan's base regular non-mentor Jiren versus Psyker's Cauliflower. I didn't get a chance to practice too much with Psyker before this tournament, but I do know that he was very excited about the versatility of Crush Cannon as something you can just charge up as much as you want and force people to come to you. That's a dangerous proposition against Jiren with such a safe dash and light, but... And I'm sure he understands, I'm sure Dan understands that Psyker, he cancels the charge by blocking, kind of making it so that he kind of has to be a little bit careful around him. Conversely, giving Psyker a little bit more time to charge. But at the moment, he's handling it just fine, getting his alternators where he can. just generally looking for a stray hit, trying not to be too telegraphed. And Psyker's more than happy to just let himself, get tagged, assuming he can afford the stamina, just by virtue of, you still get the charge even if you get hit. That's like the blocking is the only way for you to retain the charge. I'd say at about right now, his Crush Cannon might do around 5k in that ballpark. Ooh. But he might want to use it sooner rather than later, considering both of these guys are at dangerous stamina. Ooh. And even though Dan had a 2-bar evasive, he could most likely escape a Breakless Ultimate. I guess he has super front jump because he was able to get right in front of it. Not taking all the damage, but still getting tagged. Ooh. Will we see a burst from Dan? Yes. But he's still broken. Oh! Wow! And then Psychic Crush Cannon doing more than 5k. I guess I miscounted. Wow. A veritable shotgun. All the pellets landed. Psyker takes the first point. I would say bursting while broken is... It's like you gotta do a little bit of math in your head when it comes to how much time you're gonna have or how much damage you can escape from by bursting early. But in this tournament specifically, so much has come from doing breakless damage, doing breakless ultimates, that it has people wanting to, cash in their get-out-jail-free card, so to speak, before they even get broken, because they might not even get broken over the course of the match. Because, why would you? You only got 3 bars. People can still take advantage of you, even if you don't have, less than 2 bars. But still, it looks like we're having these two guys going back to their first picks, different stage. Caulifla's Super Soul activates. I don't recall being too impressed by it. It's something that gives you a temporary boost and forces you to be locked onto your opponent, which seems alright, and good for Psyker to get some early game damage if he's able to do so. Right now he's finding a little bit of trouble getting through Dan's defenses. And yeah, Dan's gotten a lot of mileage out of that Power Key Blast Power Impact, but it looks like he's not able to get it all the time. Ooh, but regardless, yeah, getting that Meteor Crash, nothing Psyker can do about it unless he were to break or to evasive. Even then, it's iffy. But yeah, this is another troubling thing about the about Caulifla. Could be that I just didn't notice, but not a lot of health to go around, and I don't remember. I don't think he has a health burst, Caulifla, so... Luckily, his rapid punches were able to score some damage, and Ray Blast buying him extra time to charge the Crush Cannon. Very good. Dan's got a pretty commanding health lead over Psyker at the moment, but one Crush Cannon good enough just might be enough to just immediately even the scales. Psyker making the wise decision, going for a safe ultimate other than trying to throw it, because he knows Dan can just evasive on reaction. He chooses to go for then, kind of taking advantage of Dan, maybe not expecting it, right after he goes for the ultimate. Luckily, it does exactly what I thought. We have virtually equal health from both contestants, and Psyker at a major stamina advantage. Ah, man, avoiding that explosive wave very well. And P blocking the burst attack. And Dan knows, okay, I've got Just Guard. I could afford to just stay here and chill and regain my stamina. No, he knows that if he were to do that, Psyker just charges Crush Cannon all day, every day. Our first double cannon, or something. Caulifla's little neutral blast attack, but it doesn't seem to be able to do too much for him. Dan's about at grab health right about now. Ooh! Psyker's actually able to catch it. And he gets licked by the crush cannon. Dan is one shot. Psyker tries to load him down with key blasts. Psyker's attack burst comes out, but he's able to punish it through the use of his whack combo. And yet, a well-placed grab by Dan allows him to even up the stocks. That was such a nail-biter, bro, man. It's tough. It's tough. It's like... Dan definitely switched modes once it got to that point. I could definitely see, okay, man, I gotta play very smart and take advantage of what I can do better than Caulifla. Evading those explosive waves is the first thing that comes to mind. Not to mention, you know, decent grab range. He didn't need to go for all this breakless damage because he could just do very well with just his alternating. Regardless, we're going in for game 3. Both contestants, same characters. It was interesting what Psyker said about the walls of this stage. I'm not sure whether either of these characters were particularly crazy with their grab confirms or what they could follow up a grab with. I know for a fact Caulifla, I don't think she can grab into a crush cannon, but regardless, it seemed like these guys were doing just well enough to get to each other, you know, get the tags that they need, force the vanishes that they want, forcing the evasives, you know, which Dan, I think, have found like a bunch of value from being able to reset neutral. Granted, it also gives Psyker the opportunity to charge up his crash cannon, you know, forcing Dan to get in. But man, Meteor Crash is so devastating. You almost don't have to worry about it. Both these guys vanishing like madmen, both within dangerous stamina. Decent P-block scoring from Psyker. He could break. Wise that he doesn't. You know, he chooses to go for his admittedly okay damaging ultimate instead. Dan sees no urgency to limit burst or to do too much, but still, Perfect Block in the Meteor Crash doing wonders for its ability to immediately punish Dan without having to worry about getting hit by any of the hits. Just a funny aspect of Meteor Crash. Psyker doing very well stamina-wise, but neither of these guys have bursted yet. Fortunately, forcing the evasive for his trouble explosive waving. Will we see another break with ultimate? I anticipate him to immediately do his back jump, and wow! Psyker is very lucky to have not gotten broken in that scenario. Meanwhile, Dan is very lucky to have not gotten tagged after he does that evasive. Regardless, both of these guys... Ugh, Psyker looks like he's bursting first. He's been charging that crush cannon all match, so I'd imagine, especially with health, with his attack burst... Oh! Dan, if he gets hit, man, one more crush cannon. Here's the grab. Follow up. Risky, man. If Dan's able to bait him out, he'll have full stamina. Just keep it steady. And yes, he's able to. Now Psyker, even though he only has a little bit of damage left to go, he's dealing with a full stamina, full key, virtually, Jiren, which is very devastating. Thankfully, well, not with Dan, the full Power Ranger wave confirmed misses, allowing Psyker to stay in the game without having to use 3 of his well-earned bars until now, which Dan was able to evade. The crowd gets blasted in the face by the power impact. That man's got burned face. Dan knows very well just how close he is to the end. One false tag, one accidental knock away. Very wise. He immediately evases. He knows that the crash cannon is coming. Even now, even an uncharged crash cannon is enough to end this match right now. So he's not taking any chances. Just get guaranteed damage. What's Psyker gonna go for? Perk blocks don't seem to be working, especially since Dan's kind of wanting to get P blocks where he can. But his grab just wasn't quite enough to seal it out. 1 minute remains on the clock. Dan gets a grab on Psyker. One tag. Both of these guys had 1 tick of health left. Psyker blowing all of his stamina on evasiving. Dan blowing all of his stamina on reverse burst dashing. But in the end, photo finish, Psyker takes game 3. Oh my god! What was that? That was it!
Jesus, lordy.
What were you thinking? What was in your mind, that is to say, when both of y'all, 1 piece of health left, and now y'all are like evasiving and reverse burst dashing each other?
Oh man, that was awesome. That was so. I was traumatized almost from the previous round, where a similar situation. He was just 1 health. He managed to eke it out. I was playing very, very conservatively and just trying to beat the options he was throwing at me. Thankfully, he kept using burst dashes, and I know that if you time your step vanish correctly, you can avoid those. I tried to punish it time and time again. I think we're both like just a pile of nerves at that final interaction there, and the dashing heavy managed to seal it. I was totally prepared to lose, just as I had the round before, but thankfully managed to eke out the win there. And GG's to Dango, fantastic player, and I totally expect him to make a comeback in the losers bracket.
Well, all right then.
All right.
Moving on to the next round, aren't we?
Yeah, we are. I believe it's Felix and Newt, if I'm not mistaken. I have to check the brackets. I almost I realized later that I could have timed him out there maybe, but it didn't even occur to me. I was so stressed. That was a really good round with Dango.
But just like that, we're about to kick off round 3 of the winner's bracket.
Yeah, I believe this is at the start of winner semifinals, so whoever wins here will advance to winners finals. That will be definitely something to look out for. Both of these players, very, very good players. And of course, Felix, current CAC champion, but Newt has done quite well in cast tournaments before, and that's definitely his element for sure. And we could see full power Jiren Ditto. Definitely not the picks I was expecting from either of these players, but still very strong character, and they just wanna be very powerful men just going at each other.
Shirtless, yes.
Yeah.
I can kind of imagine it from Felix's perspective. You know, if you squint and kind of tilt your head, it kind of looks like Topo.
Yeah, very true. Jiren, of course, a character. Honestly, it seemed more played than I anticipated, frankly, for the from this tournament. On first inspection, maybe a bit of a clunky character due to his low combo strings, but all these contestants so far are making excellent use of him and just going for high damage, full power energy waves, and just very strong options for him. Very nice personal luck from you.
And yeah, Bird Walk's been going insane this tournament when it comes to back hits and dashing attacks.
Yeah, very true.
adds a lot of value to the ability of a person to like kind of get around a person's expectations and score a hit past their guard.
Yeah, definitely so. Newt's stamina looking quite low here, so he's gonna look for that grab. Of course, draining one of Felix's bars, and Felix quite content to try just stand still, regen that, mix up Newt a little bit. Newt getting increasing health lead, and that clash will benefit all the more with giving him back a lot of his stamina. And now Felix just on the outside looking in, just can't score a hit on Newt.
Yeah, well done. Able to kind of even up the stamina.
Yeah.
Where previously Newt was in a pretty desperate situation.
For sure.
Seeing a lot of use from the heavy string.
Yeah. Definitely. So, oh, but that power wall, I don't know if I agree with it, but Newt didn't feel like he could punish it in time. And Felix just going back and forth from the wall here, trying to play Newt with his potential vulnerability. And goes for another power wall. He really wants to connect with that ultimate, but so far he does not manage to. Newt is still keeping that health lead, goes for the grab, trying to even up the stamina situation, trying to get some more chip damage on Felix, and goes for it again.
I wonder
Felix
if he was
just
assisted by that cloud of dust.
Yeah, and is he going for it again? No, but he forced the vanish out of Felix, and now Felix back against the wall, just no stamina to work with, no health to work with. He really can't take any hits now. And just he's gotta pin down Newt, and seems like he managed to do so, deal a little bit of an additional damage with the power impact, but and Perfect blocks the power rush but cannot manage to punish it in time. And
finally he's able to score that power wall. Ooh, and the power impact managed to get past the LB armor.
Yeah, that's a bit of a questionable play from Newt. Just the raw power rush, maybe expecting to catch Felix off guard. Felix recognizes it and just punishes it very hard with the perfect block, crosses him up, breaks him, and that's just game. If you're new to, you're probably beating yourself up a little bit over that power rush. Very strong advantage. So, but as with how he performed in this first round, I would not be surprised to see him bounce back and take Felix to game 3.
A ditto again. Wow. What are the odds?
I imagine these players are just agreeing with each other just to do these. I can't imagine any other scenario where this would be happening. But if not, then yeah, massive coincidence. And time to see, like, Newt definitely seemed to have the better understanding of the full power Jiren, perhaps, or at least playing Felix very, very well, not giving him a single opening. And it seems like this is a repeat of that. Just Felix looking down health, looking down stamina, and just can't score a good hit on Newt.
That's interesting. Kind of, in a way, you can almost kind of see like a difference in playstyle between these Kales and the Kales we saw back when Fabled and Neptune had their Ditto. We're kind of seeing a lot more alternatings, a couple more heavy strings, a lot more blaster cannons, you know, or in general.
Bomb, that one, yeah,
from these guys.
For sure. And definitely, that's the thing about the universe. No matter how solved the character may feel like it, you can always just make the character play differently just based on your playstyle and how you prefer to go about in the game. And Newt has Felix on the ropes right now. Felix can't seem to force Newt to just use the last bit of stamina, but does manage to even out the health lead just a little bit, bridging the gap.
Oh yeah, we haven't really gotten the chance to see very much of Kale's Super Soul coming into play. That being faster key charge as well as a small boost you get while you're charging. I guess you just haven't had a chance to use it, or maybe their playstyles are aggressive to the point where they aren't able to.
Yeah, it's hard to get a good window too, right? If Kale had burst charge, then maybe, but with this you have to set up the key charge in the same way you set up a Breakless Ultimate, and that these players are all about damage. They're just going for it. And Felix tries.
Thinking about Blaster Bomb, I swear there's like two particles that actually track towards the opponent, no matter where it goes.
Maybe so. I would not be surprised, and there's still a lot of things that we do not know about these DLC characters, and I would not be surprised if their ceiling is definitely way far away from where we are right now. Oh, managed to get 2 perfect blocks at that. We'll get a little bit of key, does not manage to whittle down stamina. Perfect blocking key blast does not impact stamina whatsoever, and Felix just goes for the random evasive. That could cost him the game right here.
Anything to keep yourself out of grab damage, I suppose. But
yeah,
now
a little bit of a questionable decision from Felix there, and will cost him the game. Newt quick confirm into Blaster Bomb will take us to game 3. Wow. So do you think, what character do you think we'll see these contestants play next? They seem to be match coordinating the characters picks, or just incredible coincidences, but who do you expect to see, and who do you give the advantage for in going this round 3?
A part of me wonders if maybe they'll just, if maybe it really was a fluke and they'll go back to Jiren, but something tells me they're actually going to go for maybe a ditto of base Gogeta, and in that regards, it's very tough because I know both of these characters, or both of these players. Felix, you know, I know he talks about base Gogeta a lot.
Yeah.
And with Newt, just, you know, generally being experienced with, you know, that kind of player, or that kind of play.
Yeah.
I was wrong.
Oh.
I am a disgrace out here.
Oh, but the Caulifla Ditto is definitely something I did not expect. Newt, of course, already showed his Caulifla before, has practiced her, but Felix, this is a new look for him, and I do not know what this match will consist of.
It's just me and me now. It's just you and you.
Yeah.
Felix getting the first charges.
Yeah. And I expect we'll be seeing a little bit of a stare down of these two players potentially charging their crush cannons, but Newt's just going for the quick damage, forces out the evasive, and just always in the offensive, does not want to let Felix sit back and charge his crush cannons. And we see a different brand of Caulifla here from Newt actually, just not relying on that crush cannon charges, and just going for quick damage whenever it presents itself. Goes for the grab. I wonder if we'll see a little bit more charging. Yeah, we definitely will. Oh, but Felix could not guard cancel in time. Yeah, this gives Newt a massive advantage. And Felix going for the crush cannon there, completely out of charge now, no matter how long he charged previously in the match. So this is Newt's game to lose right now. And the final grab will seal the deal. Newt proving to be the more experienced, the better Caulifla out of the two, and we'll move on to the winners finals, potentially in a bit of an upset here. I assume a lot of people were expecting Felix to just pull on ahead, but it simply does not, and we'll be moving on to losers.
I feel the exact same way. It's like, wow, and who would have thought both these guys going blow for blow with these dittos, seeing how they kind of play, and not to mention just like how crazy of a difference just a few frames of a mistake can lead when it comes to crush cannon.
Yeah, very, very punishing. It's me and Afcha next. I'll just be back in just a second, excuse me, and I'll hop right in and we can get started.
I'm curious to see what F-Cha chooses to go for in this particular set. I have all the confidence in the world, unless they decide on something that Saiger's going to go back to his cauliflower. Might see some cauliflower dittos. Might see our first cauliflower and kale match of the tournament. Or it could be cauliflower versus a base Gogeta, or more realistically, assuming he wants to go for maybe like a comfort zone character, he might go for his Super Saiyan God Goku. In any case, it'll be a pretty unique thing for what we see Psyker's cauliflower go up against. I wonder if he's going to take anything from these previous cauliflower matches that we've noticed already and kind of compare play styles and see maybe which ones he wants to Frankenstein into his own, which ones might catch F-Cha off guard. But yeah. And on the bright side, these guys are going to have a good connection together. Better than average.
Alright, apologies for that. I am on my way, and we can get this started.
Saiker has said himself that any match between him and F-Cha are almost guaranteed to be extremely volatile. Someone's going to destroy one person, or the other guy's going to destroy the other person. It's no in between. There are no slow, close matches. Nah, these guys come out swinging to each other. So I'm very interested to see whatever characters they pick, how that superstition might lead into their interactions. Yep, we see Super Saiyan God Goku from F-Cha versus Cauliflower from Saiker. Obviously, F-Cha had more than enough time to practice with God Goku. And he has plenty of good cancels that he can use and an opportunity to quickly and safely engage with Saiker. Is he relying on his elbow? Is he kind of getting some good damage? He's not quite as damaging as Cauliflower, and they both have comparable stamina and evasives and bursts, although his is, I would say, a lot better given that it's armor. Oh, and more health, of course. So yeah, let's see if these factors even out. Already they're kind of using a lot of stamina from each other. Saiker needing to clear out a bar just in order to even up the game. Appreciating the clash, I'm sure, for the opportunity to regain some ki. There's some more of those Ki Blast Cannon loops or Ki Blast Cannon combo extensions that we've seen Pocky use, if I recall correctly. Oh, and anticipating that vanish so that he could punish it appropriately. Luckily, Saiker was able to do the self-break. He knows he can't quite get a whole bunch of damage off of it, but he's still able to get more than enough. Oh, and Saiker dashing in and getting hit by the Kamehameha, followed by a grab, ending this first match. I already told y'all. Between these guys, it's going to be insane. Insanely pow pow pow, you know? And this might be something for Saiker to watch out for. You know, usually he can like just sit back, charge up his crush cannon, you know, block appropriately and kind of have a little bit of a game. But these guys just like, it's going to be kind of a tough thing to do. Charge up your crush cannon, set up your little supers, and whittle down your stamina to get like a couple damage with your ultimate. And Saiker acknowledges that, you know. He wants to equalize the pace of this match, goes with KO. Already we see Saiker having a bit better of a showing, for one thing, you know, able to kind of hold on to a little bit more health. And forcing F-Cha already into a low stamina situation. And forcing his limit burst extremely early, a very dangerous thing to do against someone who has the Broly grab super. Saiker wisely taking advantage out of his stamina advantage. Just chill, hang back, allow himself to have more stamina. Ooh, but F-Shot's still able to kind of get in. Score some good damage off his Ki Blast Cannon. Each one taking out like a quarter of a bar. Making the task infinitely harder for Psyker. He has a health burst, but luckily he's able to do it without F-Shot catching wise. But still, oh, dangerous to go on the offensive considering. Lower defense on the health soul. But he manages to block the the stamina break. He understands, okay, well I can't do my awesome KO loop that no one else uses. He chooses to go for his LHH. No follow-ups though. Honestly, an ultimate probably wouldn't have been the worst idea in the world considering that, well, it might have depended on height, but still, you know, he would have been forced to explosive away. That would have been a really good opportunity for him. Oh, one lost neutral. Oh, and a whiff on the grab, and a whiff on the Ki Blast Cannon. These guys both have a new lease on life. Oh, really good block damage on the Blaster Bomb. Not getting caught in the Kamehameha. Okay, Psyker's in a much better position. He's able to kind of afford to get hit once. Oh, but now F-Shot just does his little turnaround, anticipating the vanish before even needing to throw an attack. Oh, and then a Hail Mary. Psyker throws out his ultimate extremely fast and is able to actually catch him. He makes a smart decision. Okay, well, I can't afford to self-break here. I just have to kind of play where it lies. Luckily, Kale was able to score a grab. Not a lot of damage, but at least something to buy either of them a little bit of time. But with an Ki Blast Cannon from F-Shot's God Goku. Though the health deficit might not have implied it, I mean, assuming Psyker could get F-Shot in a dangerous position, I have no illusions that he would not be able to just completely delete his bar. It's a little bit tougher on KO than some other characters, but still, you know, very high, very fast loops, good damaging ultimates, good damaging supers. Good play from both of these guys. Really interesting to see how these characters interact with very snappy, you know, lot of health, neutral characters like Goku. Very fundies oriented versus someone else more defensive oriented versus someone more offensive oriented. And yeah, F-Shot's moving on.
Yeah, definitely so. F-Shot, fantastic player. No shame in losing to him at all. I've even said before, went on record saying he is a bit of a bracket demon, and those Goku Ki Blast cancel loops just go really hard on characters that just have 3-bar phases there.
Are you not able to vanish as you're coming up and he's setting up the Ki Blast Cannon?
Are very you look to deal with them. No, you are not if you're like when he teleports and he uses Ki Blast Cannon, you're too far away from vanishing, so you have to either evade it or take damage there. I did spot like a couple weeks, like a couple of arguably poor decision making from FJ there, but of course it did not cost him in the slightest, and he just managed to respond to everything that was thrown his way, and he advances to Winter Finals. Fantastic player as usual, just solid play all around.
Winners Finals, which is what we're moving right into now, aren't we?
Yeah, we should be seeing Afcha and Newt. So strong players. They have fought before in the past, varying results in tournament, and definitely not the look we'd expected to see going into this Winners Finals, but should be a very, very good matchup between these two happening right now.
I wonder if it's Efcha orchestrating all these dittos, or if it's new. We're already going into a Kale v Kale winners finals. It's been a bit since we've seen DBS Gogeta. I guess people are kind of... do you think it's for any reason in particular? Or are these guys kind of like looking for a good time over, you know, all the advantages that base Gogeta offers?
Yeah, definitely an interesting question. I don't know how much either of these players practice base Gogeta, but I think they're just quite confident in just doing those mirrors and seeing who has better advantage. And yeah, I think people are just looking to have a good time here. Maybe not even in the scenario of winners finals. You would say like, oh, you have to lose like 3 times. Maybe you can take it easy in the first game and just turn it up as it goes on.
Blaster Bomb doing very respectable damage, all things considered.
Yeah, for sure.
And he's content to just kind of do that. You know, knock away, super. Very normal way of playing Xenoverse, to be honest.
Yeah. Yeah, and very efficient way to. Efcha already lost most of his health and not really a good chance to retaliate when you play like that. So very good. Very good awareness from Nuke that it's just gonna be effective no matter when you do it, no matter how you do it. But Efcha goes for the raw blaster string and Nuke gets caught in it, and it's just a very green scenario for him.
Ooh, but catching Limit Burst with a grab.
Yeah, maybe not the hardest punish you could have done, but just will even up the health situation. Nuke did not want to be sitting at a health disadvantage with both birds in play. And he will keep winning these neutral interactions and just forcing Efcha out of the stamina.
He recovers faster.
Oh, the gigantic meteor.
It's
we did
not
not see this ultimate used before.
It's not inescapable from Limit Burst, but unfortunately he had already bursted.
Yeah, and he did not have 3-bar evasives, you know, you just can't really respond to that. Nuke just taking a very confident advantage here, and Efcha back against the wall. Any hit could seal the deal, and the perfect block to the grab will do it.
Very well done.
Very, very well done.
And this is best of 5 too.
Yeah, both these players have a lot of cushion here to just play it out, just choose different characters and different strategies, and a lot of room for adaptation from both of these players.
Will we see a character switch? Perhaps another Ditto?
Yeah, I have to imagine so. Nuke's just been playing fantastic this whole tournament, so I feel like he's just content in just showing dominance and playing all these different characters. But Efcha, not liking the result of this previous round, will go to Gogeta, perceived to be potentially the better character here, and looking to even the scores up 1-1.
I would say that both of these characters can punish characters with, you know, kind of mediocre stamina and 3-bar evasives very well. But when it comes to magnitudes, I would have to give the edge to base Gogeta, just by virtue of his hard knockdown alternating, his warp Kamehameha, and his utterly inescapable meteor explosion, which apparently confirms just from vanishing that. Right here.
Speaking of the warp Kamehameha, we see another one of these, and Nuke's already on his last bar of health, proving that Gogeta can just delete health very, very quickly.
Block and Limit Burst.
Yeah. Wow. Step back, block, and just reading the Limit Burst like a book. And now Nuke, no burst, no stamina, will not be able to avoid this inescapable damage and will get finished off very, very quickly. Actual speed run here from Efcha, clapping back and delivering us even up score 1-1.
And that's another thing, that this combo with such great versatility is also so fast. Man.
Yes. Very, very much so.
We can agree to like increase the volume of the voice files, you know, kind of, or we can like replace it with the with the people of Canton City, you know. Or we can swap them. we can swap where they are. Kind of mix it up, you know. We're seeing
Definitely so.
Gogeta v Gogeta, one blue.
Yeah, and still the perpetual debate of which of these characters is gonna really be the superior one here. After, of course, having delivered a very good performance in base Gogeta, elects to switch, maybe believing Blue Gogeta to be the better one. So Newt here, with his work cut out for him, just gets the Super Saiyan off, so now he'll be dealing immediate extreme amount of damage coming from the Super Saiyan and all of the supers.
As of right now, these guys do very comparable damage. Even if, you know, F-Chow were to activate like a Super Kamehameha boost, I would say still, like, it would be pretty close in terms of what these guys can just output on each other.
Yeah, very much so. And he will go for the boost, so a 20% boost, a 30% boost, just damage flying off from both these Gogetas here, and as F-Chow just does not let Newt regain any of his stamina. He's going for a Super Kamehameha once again, I imagine. And Newt on the back foot, after a very, very convincing round 1 Ditto, he just cannot seem to get in on F-Chow.
To his credit, F-Chow always LBs early, which means...
Yeah.
Oh, he chooses not to go for the
punish?
hard knockdown.
Yeah, just content to look those Punisher drives, daring F-Chow to be evasive, daring F-Chow to use up his stamina, and now the next interaction could decide the match. Whichever of the players catches the other, it could be it. And this will be it. Punisher drive into the combo, wow.
Fantastic combo work there. Just like
Yeah.
constantly keeping that damage going.
Yeah, Newt snatching victory from jaws of defeat there at a huge deficit after the Super Kamehameha. Just managed to score a lot of damage on F-Chow, force out the burst, punish the burst, and just keep winning neutral again and again and again.
I would say blue and base equally style in their combos. I don't know.
Oh, for sure, I agree with that. You can't beat the backhand smug from Blue Gogeta.
Yes. Ah, man. So it looks like F-Chow's kind of enjoying... I don't know, what do you think he might go for here? Newt found some success with base Gogeta.
Yeah.
Looks like
Base
F-Chow
Gogeta on base
had the same
Gogeta.
idea.
Yeah, just the character brought Newt a lot of success. Maybe after a little bit peeved, feeling like he did very well with the character. Maybe wants to prove that he can do whatever Newt can do. He can do better, and he's going maybe potentially an ego duel here, but remains to be seen. Newt with the first Super Saiyan, and will be dealing that much more damage compared to F-Chow with the same strings, the same supers, the same everything.
Man, clashes are just insane for this character. That's like 4 bars of ki that they had in that first clash.
Yeah, that Super Soul just goes crazy.
Ooh, still hit by the knockdown.
Yeah, they trade there, and that trade was not in Newt's favor at all. But Newt has been pulling off some incredible comebacks so far, and it's definitely not out of the question that he will regain the advantage this round still. Tries to perfect block the teleport there, a little bit too out of range, so does not manage to.
You seem to want to kind of hang back at least a little bit in an attempt to gain stamina. Wow, confirming that shine shot.
Oh, almost goes for the burst punish, but does not manage to get it. A little bit too slow on the read there, and did not want to hit it on the burst with vulnerability. Both bursts in play. Newt with a lot less stamina here and lot less health to boost. So back against the wall here. Could be bringing us to game 5 potentially, if actually managed to catch him just once more.
Luckily, he's able to claw back just enough stamina to stay workable, and it's gone.
And it's gone. Yeah, this character is just very, very scary, and these two are playing the game very fast. So it doesn't surprise me at all, the struggles here.
You can almost see like this pinpoint accurate way that they're trying to catch each other with the use of dash and lights. You know, kind of just get that poke that they need.
FJ has no stamina and gets the break. They already both used their burst. This is it.
Dude,
Dude,
man.
Francis. Wow.
What
Fantastic play from Dude.
insane.
Yeah.
I mean, he was in a very dangerous situation towards the last half of that match, but he was able to completely come back. And
Yeah, very much. Wow. I'm impressed. Genuinely. Dude's been playing out of his mind in this tournament. Wow, and this is it for winner's bracket. Everyone already sent to losers. We'll be starting that shortly, I believe. I believe JJK said he was just was not gonna play any further in the tournament, so let's give Ladgross the bye and we can get this started. I believe it's Dan the Dango versus E-Wolf up next.
my favorite matchup.
Yeah, this is a really good one.
Although honestly,
And it should be
after
fun.
seeing Dingus and Fabled, I mean, I don't know if I can say that so confidently anymore.
Yeah, true. Yeah, just lots of good players are here in the tournament and lots of fast-paced action happening all around. Fantastic set so far and fantastic tournament as usual.
I wonder if, like, one of my favorite things about these two, both of their names incorporate the capitalized N, or not the capitalized N, the capitalized the.
Yeah, that's a very observant of you. Yeah, these two players, EU players, have been going at each other for a fairly long time in these tournaments. EU often seeded versus each other, and Z-Wolf here maybe a little bit upset over his loss to Palki, denied the rerun, and then just in high spirits going for the Jiren, going for the Jiren versus Goku, the canonical matchup in the Tournament of Power. A lot of canon matchups happening here in this tournament today.
No new DLCs allowed. I'm not too familiar with Dan's familiarity with. Oh, never mind. I was about to. Oh, I'm not too sure of your familiarity with regular Jiren, Dan. But then my short-term memory kicks back in. Yeah. But for sure, when I think of Z-Wolf, I think of God Goku. So, or at least Goku in general.
Goku in general, for sure. Goku definitely one of his favorite characters to play, just a Goku man through and through. And going for it versus Dan's Jiren. Dan, of course, not historically much of a Jiren player, but did pick him up after the Mentor released. And we can see Z-Wolf already taking advantage of those key blast cannon loops, unvanishable, forcing Dan to evasive, and already with a back foot here.
Man, good job punishing that meteor crash. It's not the easiest thing to do in the world.
Yeah, you gotta wait for it to finish, or else you just get the flip goes over you. Tries to go for the break. I believe if it were Goku fast break, it would have worked, but no longer any fast breaks here, and Z-Wolf already paying the price here. Both bursts in play. Z-Wolf, of course, with the advantage, the upper hand with still his super armor limit burst, but it will run out, and both these players fairly even right now.
I honestly would have obliged Dan's kind of hanging back by just hanging back myself by that burst on. I mean, we still have a lot of time to run out. At the time, he had a health advantage, but now it's a lot closer.
And Z-Wolf catching him with the back hit. Goku's back hit, of course, always excellent. Made even better this patch through means unknown, and just not letting Dan just stay comfortable back, and just playing a very aggressive style of Goku. Like I said, he could have hang back, just regen quite a bit of stamina, but instead opts for the very, very aggressive playstyle, and the next neutral interaction could be it. Let's see if it's gonna pay off for Z-Wolf to be so aggressive in the first place.
Oh! He was just out of range to score a break, so I understand why he had to go for that H-string into the Key-Bus Cannon.
But this could be it. The full Power Energy Wave could seal the deal, and Z-Wolf will lose the round after having the upper hand for so much of it. Dan the Dango just being clutch here, saying no, I will not lose, and just bouncing back despite all the pressure inflicted by Z-Wolf.
Even then, I would recommend that Z-Wolf would stay on his Goku, you know. One good thing between these two characters, they kind of have comparable health. And clearly, you know, that match was so close. I'm sure like one or two less mistakes would definitely be all you needed.
Yeah, those split-second decisions really impact the match, and just a couple of things done differently by either player could result in a very different outcome, and I'm very interested to see if there will be any adaptation, if there will be any difference in how they play this out, but we'll be seeing the same characters and the same players just going back at each other.
The two characters, they run it back, and I will be right back.
Alright. Newt, what are you doing in the room? What the fuck are you doing, man? Okay. Okay, that's bad. And Z-Wolf here, ladies and gentlemen, just already working with a much bigger stamina deficit than the first match. Completely stripped look. The... Excuse me? Ladies and gentlemen, it seems like a connection error on the part of Dan. What's happening right now? Dan? Oh, was this? No, was this Newt? Was this Newt's fault? Dan, I can see chat right now. Are you able to tell us what happened just now? On Discord? Interesting.
Oh, whoa, that was fast. What happened?
Newt joined the lobby randomly, and it seems like he's joining and leaving potentially crashed mid-match. It said EAC disconnected then. Well, guess they're just running it back. Unfortunate situation. Just I remains to be seen if Z-Wolf will take the. I mean, I'm not even sure how to proceed here, because I believe Dan had no part in this disconnect whatsoever, so it's a very unfortunate situation. They might have to just play it out. Oh, remains to be said that Z-Wolf, of course, was on back foot in that previous match. Maybe this took the wind off Dan's sails and just gives him the opportunity to just bounce back and potentially win this time around. Very good key stuns from Dan, punishing Z-Wolf's aggression and just forcing the limit burst so early in the match. And Z-Wolf, of course, will respond in kind, but just being as aggressive as ever and just trying to drain Dan's stamina, forcing out the evasives.
Man, the way he was able to kind of turn that around on him. Usually it would be, I would expect Z-Wolf to go down there and then grab, but no. Dan does it first.
Yeah, for sure. Very equal footing for both these players, but Z-Wolf managed to toss a Kamehameha, and now Dan's stamina looking much better, but health quite even, and you know, you can underestimate the ability of Goku to just drain your stamina away with those Ki Blast cannons rather. Excuse me, and yeah, just a very volatile match in our hands right now tonight.
But still, like, we're constantly seeing the value of Jiren's 2-bar evasive here, like his general ability to stay out of the dangerous range of stamina.
Yeah, it's coming to play time and time again, and those meteor crashes, all the same, unvanishable damage, just very good versus all these characters with 3-bar evasives. Dan seems to be feinting maybe some passiveness. He stands and maybe threatens to go to the ground, and as soon as Z-Wolf tries to punish that, he just tries to stop Dan, then goes back and wins neutral out of that. So Z-Wolf now, very dangerous situation for him, but there's a character that could definitely turn things around. It is Goku. And both the players don't have their burst anymore. This could... oh, never mind, now they don't. I could have sworn Dan had burst already. Guess I'm wrong.
Unfortunately, not quite a combo.
Yeah, not from that range at least. You need to be way closer to the ground for that to work. Z-Wolf going for the grab, and that proves to be a mistake. The full power energy wave, not even going for the full power energy wave, goes for the stylish power impact fully charged, and Z-Wolf goes down 2-0. Unfortunate for him.
We really got to see the ins and outs of that matchup between these two characters. Well played from both players.
Yeah, well, fantastic play from those players. Very excellent players, and Z-Wolf going out this early does not say anything about his level of skill, just a very stacked tournament, very fantastic players all around. And we're moving on next to Fable Enigma versus Lagros.
Alright then. These guys are in the loser's bracket. Whoever loses this set is eliminated, so I'm wondering which of these guys might switch to a comfort character or who might commit to their brand new DLC character. Will we see more Kale from Fabled, or might we see someone from earlier DLC or from the vanilla game?
Yeah, definitely a question to be asked here. Fabled was sticking to the Kale, decides to go for the Gogeta very briefly, I believe, against Afcha. So we could be seeing that look from him as well. And Ladgros, of course, sorry, Ladgros, of course, having all sorts of possibilities here to just show more of the characters that he learned, or sticking to potential comfort picks. And we'll be seeing Kale versus Caulifla, a matchup we haven't seen that much of in this tournament before.
You aren't missing anything by not hearing them. They don't have a very amazing, unique dialogue.
Speaking of, I was very surprised to find out God Goku does not have any unique dialogue with either Kale or Caulifla.
Really? I would have expected him to have something with Caulifla at least.
Yeah, I was very disappointed, to truth be told. Yeah.
So far, this match is going pretty even so far. It'll give me the opportunity to say that Kale does have a unique dialogue with Super Saiyan God Vegeta.
Oh.
Yeah, Check it out, actually. I kind of like it.
That's interesting. But yeah, wow, Fable just on the upper hand here, manages to score perfect blocks time and time again, and Lightgrow's stamina not looking great. That being said, Fable's stamina also forced out.
Ooh, the Crush Cannon
Doesn't
after the
get
alternating just doesn't seem to link very well.
Yeah, Crush Cannon, a very, very strong skill, but sadly not very reliable to just track after those knockbacks, and the wall would just get rid of it very quickly.
Honestly, if I were Ladbros, I would think it'd be just a much better idea to... Oh, our first... Man, when was the last time you see a stand-up break?
True. And Fable goes for the... Oh my, oh my. If you're Ladbros, you have to be regretting breaking him in the first place. Goes for the Gigantic Rage, restores all of his stamina, restores a lot of health, and Ladbros is now back against the wall.
Some breakless ultimates might be a good call. With that much stamina, I doubt Fable's going to allow him to get a Crush Cannon off, but... And even having the threat doesn't seem to be that potent, considering how fast Kale can just get in.
Yeah, and goes for the quick LH into the Blaster String, and Ladbros, needless to say, has no
How did he
health
turn
left.
around?
Wow, that tracking, what?
Fabled plot armor.
Plot armor and a half, goddamn. Fabled main character of the tournament.
Very well done, well
1-0.
chosen breakless ultimates to, you know, lower out the energy, lowering out the health. Not to mention, using the grab ultimate to let your stamina regen. Well, that was a great idea.
Yeah, especially on a fast break like that. Worst could have happened to him was potentially like a crush stream, but not afraid of that. Goes for the grab super, gets it, and just gets a huge advantage of it. And of course, Ladbros, his first Crush Cannon with him, had no chart to work with for most of the match. Could not inflict quick burst of damage to Fable, and just Fable elects to go for the Gogeta despite winning so convincingly with Kale.
Meanwhile, Ladgros going the Kale route himself.
Yeah, maybe thinking, yeah, you know, maybe he's onto something playing this character. Very strong character, beat me, and tries to showcase a skill of his own. But Fable goes to the Gogeta instead, so no kill mirror in this match. And of course, very proven character in Gogeta. We've seen him in finals, we've seen him throughout the tournament, and he's once here again just to whiff a random meteor explosion, it seems. But
Honestly, it's such a scary move, you don't even want to punish it if you can.
yeah, truthfully, yeah. And Ladbros still back against the wall here, no stamina to work with whatsoever. Gogeta, of course, very scary, could deal both results, breakless, and you have to be afraid of it, especially now with Super Saiyan.
Ooh, very close to having his stamina broken.
Oh, but Fable doesn't even need to bother with that. He goes for the Punisher drive, ignores the burst completely, and just keeps looping it, quite content to just force Ladbros onto his last bar of health, last bar of stamina, and no resources to work with whatsoever.
Unfortunately, the
Ladbros
grab does not link into the
Yeah.
grab super.
Yeah, Ladbros trying to take a page out of Fable's book there, going for the grab supers. Fable, of course, much more experienced against Kale, with Kale, and not gonna fall for it. Just increasing the gap between these two players in terms of resources.
Yeah, there he is. That little bit of Blaster Bomb kind of going out of the main spread.
Yeah, and managed to get Fable not a great opportunity to regen stamina, and now the situation might be reversed if oh, nice evasive on the burst, but now Ladbros has no stamina to work with whatsoever. He needs to catch
Now
Fable
disabled.
once more, and he does.
Oh,
But
you could have confirmed your ultimate.
yeah, what? And that play, you have to imagine it's coming back to bite him. And might be coming back to bite him right now this instant.
At least he had a clash.
Yeah.
Wasting some of Fabled's stamina. I mean, he's still.
Yeah,
I don't think he gains as much ki in Super Saiyan, but still, like, not too much of an achievement.
Yeah. And Fable now, I feel like he was trying to go for the stylish finish, gets gigantic rage for his troubles, and now you have to imagine you're scared of just getting hit by a straight super and just losing the game. Very tense situation for both these players here. No stamina, no health on the board.
Very little ki to use throwing around.
Yeah, and the perfect block, the clutch perfect block into the grab will finish the match, keep Fable ahead. Moving on 2-0. There will be no game 3 as Fable denies the last ditch effort from Lagros.
It came down super close. If it were me, I might have tried, you know, some dashing H blaster bombs just to get it out of my, just to get it over with.
Yeah,
man,
I know, definitely so. Yeah, it's very tense situation. It's very hard to win those very tense engagements there at no health, no stamina. And we'll be moving on. With losers round, we have now Shupi versus Dingus coming up.
But hey, well done to both contestants. I'm glad y'all got to. I'm glad Black Girls got to experience, you know, like the DLCs and in the competing environment. Check out these new changes, and we can't wait to have you back for the next tournament.
Yeah.
Dingus and Shupi.
Yeah, Dingus and Shupi. That is right.
Shupi won't get hit by it, will he?
Hopefully not. He can't keep getting away with it 3 times in a row, can he?
After seeing what that homing ki blast did for him back in the last tournament, I don't even know. He just got a guardian angel.
Yeah. He also got some of that plot armor.
I didn't know that Shupi was North America.
Yeah, Shupi is I forget what state he's from, but yeah, he's from NA. Both these players should be having a fantastic connection between the two, and I'm sure we'll see some really good display from Shupi once again, gracing us with that Gogeta play.
So far, how would you compare how each of these characters do depending on lag? I would say in the first match we saw what full power Jiren can offer to the table in a laggy situation with his grabs.
Yeah.
Oh, Blue Gogeta is an interesting choice for both of these guys.
Oh, what if they both go for the Big Bang Kame though? What if?
Oh, clash!
Oh, the Super Kame!
It canceled. Well, kind of. No, it didn't. Whoa! What in the dude?
Wow!
Dingus!
Okay.
He's too strong, man.
He's too strong. The Guardian Angel, the plot armor, whatever you want to call it. Dingus just keeps hitting those Big Bang Kames, and why are these players getting so many beatings there? But wow. Shupi now at a severe disadvantage once again, but we've seen Fable before coming back from this, and we could see Shupi repeat just the same result.
Okay, now it's his turn. Shoot Spirit Blast.
Yeah.
Hard
this
to
is a
P
very
block
wacky
it,
match already just to get us through. And goes for it again. No. Okay. Does not get hit by it again. And punishes it.
Ooh.
Sort of punishes it, but just deals a little bit of stamina damage. The Big Bang Kame having more priority would just erase the Super Kame, just makes it end early.
Dingus had an outstanding health lead. Dot desync.
Dot desync as fuck, but Shupi manages to scrape by a neutral win there. Dies to the Super Mad Dance, a very, very strange set. I'm not entirely sure what was going on there. I respect Shupi for going for the Ultimate Clash though. I'm sure he did not expect for the Big Bang Kame to just flat out beat the Super Kame.
Okay, let's reach out to Dingus. Shupi requesting a redo of that match there.
Okay, yeah, please do reach out to Dingus. Dingus with 1 bar connection now. Everything okay there, Dingus? A little bit of a Wi-Fi moment, perhaps.
Agreed. All right, these guys will be running back that first match.
Yeah. Good on Dingus for recognizing the lag might have made the situation unfair and just going back at it.
It's an interesting relation or an interesting development that we've seen outside of this tournament, just like during friendlies. Connection's been weird lately. Am I right?
Yeah. There have been changes to the netcode, potentially make it work closer to console, but it's definitely not the lag that we are used to. Oh,
dude, is he gonna? Ooh, I really thought Dingus did it a little bit later, so I was like, dude, if he managed to like get the hitbox to come out after the invulnerability ends, and he still gets to all the damage.
Yeah, but seems like Dingus got the worst of that. He took a bunch of stamina damage where it seems Shupi got next to none there. And now Dingus on the back foot here, no stamina to work with whatsoever, gets hit by the charge heavy on his block, and Shupi goes for the Big Bang Kame. Does not work after a knockdown like that.
He made a mistake.
Maybe too used to the other Gogeta preset, thought he was queuing up the Super Kame, was not.
Are the Super Kames on different slots?
I would not be sure, honestly.
Smart
keeps going for it. It's so scary to challenge.
And on the bright side, by doing this, even though Dingus still has a key advantage, he was able to wait out the entirety of Shupi's Kame boost.
Yeah. Now that boost is no longer in play and those two players are just dealing the same damage to each other.
On the bright side, this match seems to be a lot better, all things considered.
Yeah, not a lot in the name of these things. And as we say that, we may have jinxed that charge key. That's a little weird, but it seems like we are back in shape. And Shupi is still increasing his stamina and health lead very significantly.
Wow.
Oh, the guard break.
Wow.
The worst lead. No, Dingus. You had time. Oh no, man. You have to imagine Dingus. A little bit of a desperation moment there for him. Panicked and bursted, and he really didn't have to.
All I'm saying is, from that match, I'm pretty sure Shupi shot first when it comes to the times 100. So maybe if Dingus wants to be like a genius, you know?
Oh, I see what you mean. I believe I see what you're getting at here. Yeah, yeah, definitely. So we could see here, definitely some mind games in terms of the arguable buffoonery there that's going on in the first seconds of the match. But I don't know. I feel like Dingus is just gonna have a lot of fun and just go with the same. Oh, Shupi does not even want to go for it. He's just gonna start off with base Gogeta, just looking to close this out and scoring himself another win in loser's bracket.
Very good, Dingus. Goes for the Kame boost, taking advantage of his additional key.
Yeah, and managed to get some hits in Shupi. Now you have to be respecting the Kame boost damage if you're Shupi here. Gets tagged by it, and Dingus is forcing out Shupi's stamina very efficiently just because you don't want to be causing those combos with the boost. But now the boost runs out and the situation evens up once again.
Shupi had dangerous stamina, but then again, so Shupi. Both of these guys can just delete each other's health bars. Most assuredly.
Shupi goes for the raw warp Kame, maybe it didn't look like it was gonna catch. Not a true confirm there, but Dingus gets hit by, but nonetheless gets stuck back in, and now looking to, yeah, this is Shupi's game to lose at this point. Go for a raw shine shot, connects, but and Dingus goes for the Big Bang Kame. And
Blocking on the wrong side.
Warp Kame, bro.
No bursts included.
No burst, no reaction, no response. Shupi just moves up 2-0. Damn, Dingus. Unfortunate.
And yet, you were still able to be like the most memorable from this tournament, dude.
For sure.
My goodness.
That was fantastic still.
I'm gonna need to
Very
come up with a new
enjoyable matches.
verb to describe how you begin matches.
Alright, and to close out the second round losers, we'll be having Balky versus yourself, Multi.
Okay, here we go.
Yeah,
I'm looking for a character that can perhaps handle lag better.
Yeah, probably in your best interest to just see if you can find a character that can function in that connection and just beat out Balky. A very, very scary player, very strong player, and you know, he did deny do off his redo, so maybe he would
There you can enjoy
just
explosive
take his
ninja
win.
battles using
Can't
the
account for
state-of-the-art
that.
battle simulator.
There we go. I unironically don't remember. Oh, he went full power Jiren, I'm pretty sure, and then base Gogeta, or was it? It could have been God Goku also.
Yeah. Yeah, Balky's played God Goku a lot, as well as Base Gogeta. Interested to see what look we'll see from him this match round. So best of luck for both of these contestants. Little sign of sportsmanship from both these players. Wishing each other good luck at the beginning of the match, and let's get right into it. Multi hovering over the Super Saiyan God Goku, just looking for a character that may work better on lower quality connection. And let's see, just the Super Saiyan God Goku mirror. So these characters, super armor burst, low stamina, 3-bar evasive, but high damage potential with those blast cannons. So this could be a very volatile match. And Pocky, of course, going for the ceiling as he's usually done in the beginning of matches. Multi tries to catch him with the back hit, does not manage to do so. And Pocky stamina is leaking a little bit. Both these players just trading combos, and Multi would lose the advantage here. But Pocky's teleporting combo will drop. Yeah. Right, but Multi now had a lot of stamina, but not a lot of health to work with. Pog is still sitting pretty in his green bar, his starting green bar. Only one stamina now, so he cannot afford to vanish, even if Multi were to start a Key Blast Cannon loop. But goes for the 5H into the Super Common instead, wishing to deal as much damage as possible to Pocky, forcing out that Limit Burst, maybe looking out to eventually use a Limit Burst of his own, try to keep a lead, and Pocky just can't seem to get in on Multi right now. The Limit Burst will expire and Multi is at a significant advantage here now. Pocky just going for those raw Ki Blast Cannons, does not manage to get him, and gets caught by Multi, and a Kamehameha will put Pocky at a critical health situation. Does not punish the Kamehameha very appropriately, and Multi now, despite his low stamina, looking to be sitting pretty here with the grabs, does not afraid of evasives, not afraid of any retaliation from Pocky, and managed to block the evasive, but does not continue to punish. This could be it for Pocky. No stamina to work with, dodges the evasive, so Multi could still lose this, but does not, and a break into Super Dragon Fist will seal the deal. Moria goes up 1-0. Very good play, very good adaptation to the connection, and just a solid Goku. Did not see that coming from Multi at all. Beating Palki at his own game, essentially.
Am I a god?
Getting into this round 2, both players electing to continue their God Gokus in the Tournament of Power Arena. Very expected, I would say. No one wants to change anything about how they're playing. They just wanna play better than the other. Just some good, honest universe where everyone's Goku, even you. So yeah, Palki is still sitting pretty white bar, full stamina. Multi will finally force advantage. Maybe was trying to go for potentially like the perfect there, just trying to keep on his advantage, just vanishing at every possibility of damage. Does not manage to keep his white health bar, but has not been touched since. Only damage has been from a basic Ki Blast and a Clash. And sitting at full stamina, Pocky is playing this much better so far, but neither contestant has gone below green. And as I say that, Multi does go below green, and fantastic plays from Pocky, just not letting Multi win neutral even a single time so far. Those keystones are just catching Multi time and time again, and no retaliation for that. And his own keystones are just getting blocked. Multi perfect blocks the Ki Blast, I believe, and that's something you don't see every day. Of course, does not really do anything for him, but he's getting those P blocks, and on the Goku 5H string, just forces the vanish with Ki Blast Cannon. Very good. Pocky maybe predicting evasives, predicting potential limit bursts, just use Ki Blast Cannon, blocks, but now he's gonna get broken for his troubles. And Multi reading the burst, goes for the Super Kame with no combo, no setup for it, and just regen stamina after it. Both of these players are super even right now, and wow, it could be anyone's game, truthfully. And Pocky now looking to have no stamina to work with, still has his burst, but I mean, Multi can keep pressing this advantage. He could have broken him there, but goes for the Dragon Fist. I believe that's a hard knockdown, and goes for the Kamehameha, and now this battle has become one-sided. Multi, with his burst, much bigger advantage over Pocky, who, despite having his burst, has no opportunity to use it. Even any damage during the cast time for the burst could seal the deal here, and Multi is just dashing heavy, Kamehameha, trying to get Palki out of this tournament, and you will do so with a Key Blast Cannon trade. Fantastic play by Multi.
Train some more.
All right. So, Multi, what was going on there? You with that Super Saiyan God Goku play, you practiced this character before? How's your familiarity with Goku? What will say here?
Well, before the Universal Tournament, I was kind of in between using my Male Earth thing and and my Goku and a Goku. So I kind of had an opportunity to kind of practice that character between me, Corny, F-Cha, JJK. They're all kind of showing me a couple things I could do with Goku, some things I can rely on, some like my elbow, some like my standing combos. But honestly, a lot of what I used that match came from what I saw from Goku's during this tournament. In fact, the knock upwards into the Ki Blast cannons, the use of standing strings, kind of being careful about my combos with multi hits. When it came to the weird stuff I did, that was mostly kind of freestyling, Super Dragon Fists, doing those weird grounded sound breaks. Yeah, I don't think I got taught that.
The Super Dragon Fist, a very interesting usage for you. Getting that hard knockdown into the Kamehameha, Palki had no option there.
It was a hard knockdown?
For Super Dragon Fist, near the ground is a hard knockdown, especially from the back.
Oh,
so
yeah.
Not recover, and then you hit him with the Kamehameha, and then he had no resources to work with whatsoever. He still had his burst and couldn't even use it. So very good from you.
Who's up next?
Oh yeah. Let's see. Up next we have Dan the Dango versus Fabled Enigma.
And sorry for not playing Kale, by the way. I gotta play that. I'm sorry, everyone, for not playing Kale. I would have lost.
Don't worry about it, man.
Fabled.
It's important to continue in the tournament so that you can show more and more of your characters and show more of your proficiency. All good. Way to win, man.
I hope he doesn't get a mentor.
True.
Good games, man. Thank you for coming. The text on my stream overlay scrolls to the right. So whenever I have a long name, I have to kind of like drag them around like this.
Oh. Yeah, understandable. Right. So Fabled versus Dan the Dango. Very interesting match between these two players, probably.
We might actually see. Say again.
Oh no! I was saying. I think this is the first match between these two players in tournament. I don't recall any other.
For real?
Go on. At least I don't.
Dang.
Yeah.
Just as I expected, though, we're gonna kind of see like a another go between Dan's Jiren and someone's Kale. This time, Fables. I'm interested to see like how he swings this one.
Yeah, probably a different look from the previous Kale that Dan has been fighting so far, and let's see how Dan adapts. Those 2-bar evaders definitely will come in clutch with Fate versus Fabled, who likes to toss out his breakless ultimates all the time. I'll be back.
Let's see. These guys are doing a pretty good job conserving their stamina, allowing themselves to fall out of things so that they don't have to, like, drop all the resources too quickly. I'm mostly talking about Fable, of course, since he has less resources to go around. But, he's kind of doing a really good job staying in pace with Dan. Making use of that good stun on that elbow. Or not the elbow, that back hit. But still, that power Ki Blast, power impact, it does do a lot of damage. It doesn't do an insignificant amount. So it's something that Fable will have to look out for, especially that dashing H power impact. Wow. But otherwise, it looks like these guys are actually even in stamina. Dan comparatively lower. Ugh. Wisely making Dan do that evasive. Ultimately, it's not the same as it's just pretty much no different than vanishing, but
Yeah, but still, super front jump, not the safest evasive out there, and just Fable potentially looking for opportunities to punish it, but does not manage to do so, and then just increasing his lead, goes for the meteor crash and forces out that limit burst, crucially.
the most excruciating thing about all of this is the fact that, you know, at any point, Dan still has his LB. I mean, if Fable were to get a break here, he probably would be able to close out the game, but there's the LB, the fact that, you know, he can just time it correctly and be able to regenerate a ton.
Yeah, and you have to imagine Fable's just going for breakless damage, trying to force out that limit burst early, trying to keep Dan out of options to have a comfortable timing to deny his breakless damage, break damage, and the maybe hard read on the blaster string does not pay off, and he gets punished for his troubles. Dan will go up 1-0. Goddamn.
Would you say that this is a difficult matchup for KO? I mean, granted, one thing we haven't seen too much of is like dashing H into blaster bomb action, but it's tough considering just how like how it would be so hard on Kale if she were to like whiff, or if they were to be blocked and punished, they would have to use some of their very limited stamina.
Yeah. Jiren in general, like even outside of the context of a DLC tournament like this, I think he's generally just a very strong pick, doing very well in Tenkaichi Budokai tournaments, and I think we can see here why. It's just very, very good neutral, very damaging meteor crashes, very damaging loops into full power energy wave, and if a character has free bar evasives, if a character has low stamina, he can just exploit that really hard, and it's a very good character here to be playing right now. And then just giving a masterclass of base Jiren, just picked him up because of the mentor update, and he's just showing that if you put in the work, you can just do a fantastic job with Jiren himself.
They're running it back, same as before.
Same map, same character, same everything.
I wonder, like, what's Fable thinking here? You know, like, how does he expect to get through a lot of the same challenges he saw in the last match? Interesting to see.
Yeah, very, very interesting. But Dan seems to be quite comfortably just playing his game out. Wow, now Fable catches him with a back hit, and you have to account for those. Kale, back hits are coming back in style, and Kale has a very good one among the new DLC characters, and managed to catch him again, and that could be scary for them. Just Fable keeping on the pressure, not giving any breaches. He lets Dan recover for a brief second, thinking he's safe, and forces him to use his stamina once again.
Oh man, still Dan's able to really take it back into his advantage, scoring another breakless full power energy wave.
Yeah, but
honestly, he does even more than full power Jiren, and he has it as a super.
Yeah, very true. And yeah, Fable now a bit on the outside looking in here. No stamina to work with, no LB anymore, and this could, wow, it got so close to killing, but will not kill. And Fable needs something like a miracle now to best Dan in this contest.
Really, once Dan was able to score some perfect blocks.
Oh, the dashing heavy into power impact. I did not know that was true uncharged, but fantastic play from Dan, and he will seal the game.
Once Dan was starting to get those perfect blocks, man, the match completely shifted.
Yes, perfect blocks, such an integral skill to be good at in Xenoverse in general, and here we see why Dan was able to wrestle the momentum momentum back to his favor and just shut off Fable's kill really hard right now. Up next we have you versus Shupi for our third round of losers.
Manka. Let's go.
Let's go. Both my boys, I'm not sure who to root for, but I'm sure this will be some excellent universe unfolding here before us. And hope we... Sorry about that, I just saw something on Discord. And I really want to see what comes out of this. This one should be a good one. Alright, we have both Moti and Shupi. Really good connection between these two, seems like. And you can get right into it. Alright, contestant Multi maybe pondering what character he's gonna play here.
Sorry, I'm here.
Hovering over Kill, decides to go with her. Definitely not a weak pick, and we could definitely see this matchup of Kill versus Gogeta, him showing a lot of that breakless damage, a lot of that
I'm not weak. I can do
that
this.
pressure that Kill has been showing so far in this tournament. Of course, base Gogeta is still a terrifying character, and you cannot take him lightly, no matter who's playing it. Yeah, especially someone of the caliber of Shupi, who's can be very good at the game. Multi himself, no slouch, goes for those dashing approaches, manages to trade with Shupi, does not get a combo started, and neither of these players can seem to get into each other. And Shupi goes for that Shine Shot extension, does not get punished for it, and no damage on the board so far. But as I say that, Shupi does go for the Punisher Drive, and that's a lot of damage on the board suddenly. And with Kale's limited stamina to work with, Multi almost elects to eat that Warp Kame, uses the burst instead of an evasive, wisely conserving his stamina, and appropriate moment to burst to denies most of the damage from the Warp Kame, and just tries to go for forces Shupi to evasive, and it's a very strong option, one that you have to keep in mind when facing these players. And it goes for those blaster cannon loops, very strong in break scenario, but Shupi does manage to regain a lot of stamina back. Multi evades the Comet Strike, does not wanna give Shupi the opportunity to link it potentially in a meteor explosion, and wisely goes for the gigantic rage, deals some chip damage, regains some stamina, definitely a strong option, but gets hit by the Punisher Drive in response. The next neutral interaction could define this match. Multi with no stamina whatsoever to work with, and Shupi, of course, damage in space to deal, and this will not be it. She gets enough, blocks the ult, but tries to punish it. Maybe not the appropriate course here, and gets hit by the Comet Strike. A very good play from both these players, and this game...
Skill issue! Shit!
This game could have definitely gone either way here. Right. Shippy goes up. One win on the board. See if if there's any adaptation from Multi here. He's hovering his one of his male Earthlings. I believe he's not gonna play that. That would not be allowed. He's considering Kefla. I'm not sure I agree with that pick. Kefla, of course, our first Kefla of the tournament, but for good reason. She's a tricky character to play, to put it lightly. Definitely, against the juggernaut that is Fate Gogeta, we have to see some very creative play from Contestant Multi to really get in there and dish out a lot of damage on Shippy. And it doesn't seem likely that he's going to be doing so. He loses neutral 3 times in a row and cannot get much done for his trouble. Very nice dodge of the Soaring Fist with just the step iframes. You'd not see those every day, but you gotta remember that steps do have iframes, and if you time it correctly, you can dodge a lot of shit with it. Shippy just going for those Soaring Fists. Multi baiting his aggression by dashing away and responding as soon as Shippy goes up following. Multi, of course, no stranger to Kefla. He's played her before, likes the character a lot, but it's definitely an uphill battle for him right now. Goes for the Blaster Ball, forces an evasive out of Shippy. Shippy's gonna have to hold that evasive for a long time to avoid any damage from Blaster Ball. The Clash will give Multi a lot of key to work with now, and he's managed to keep things relatively even. He still has his burst, which is a health burst nonetheless, so resources are definitely on the board for both these contestants right now. Shippy goes for those 2 cheeky standing heavies, trying to force some stamina out of Multi. Does not follow it up. Multi gets some combo started. Does not get anything yet for the struggles. Gets perfect block, grabbed, and reset to neutral, and should be quite content to just stick to neutral, throwing out these supers. The perfect block on the Punisher drive, excuse me, just does not do anything at all to that super, and just triggers anyway. Goes for the... Ooh, the perfect block on the raw stamina break. Can Multi come back from this in any shape or form? Shippy's blocking the Blaster Ball. He decides to drop his block, does not want to get stamina broken for it, but he's still on very little stamina to work with. He still has his limit burst, but this could be a severe mistake on the part of Shippy. Dropping his block, trying to get the reblock perfect, but not gonna manage to do so. Goes for the raw warp Kamehameha and managed to catch Multi. He gets sucked back in. You have to step vanish versus that. It's a very tricky hitbox to avoid, and Shippy goes up 2-0.
GG Shippy. That was well deserved. I couldn't tell which ultimate he was going for. If I saw he was going for, like, I don't know what I would have done. He was going for Meteor Explosion, but that was kind of what I expected.
You should have stopped Vanished. I think it covers both, but GG's. That was a good Kefla. I said it was a mistake to pick her, but you managed to make good use of her. Good rep.
Hello everyone, it's Trunks. Greetings.
All right.
Please make sure you do so.
Well,
honestly,
continue.
I probably, I don't know. If he didn't have Vanisher Guard, I think that would have turned out a lot better.
All right, Vanisher Guard difference established here by Contestant Multi, and we move on with losers round 4, where Felix will face Dan Dango. another battle of Europeans, and then of course, no stranger to facing Felix. Strong characters for both these contestants. Then sticking to his familiar Jiren. Who knows what look will Felix bring? What do you think, Multi? Do you think you're gonna see another Jiren mirror? We're gonna see a base Gogeta coming out from Felix.
I think we might see Jiren versus full power Jiren.
Oh,
to be honest.
that would be interesting for sure. Yeah, Felix no slouch when it comes to any of these characters.
We'd get to see a ridiculous. Don't cyberbully me on my own stream, dog. I will ban you. But you have like the incredible Dash and Light, you know, like and the survivability, the evasives with Jiren versus
for sure.
And not to mention the full power Angel Wave confirms.
Yeah.
Combined with Key City full power Jiren with a lot of damage, some good, alright follow ups, and plenty more to follow up on than just full power Angel Wave.
Let's see what contestant Felix chooses to go for. Definitely a wide pool of characters that he plays excellently, and a very strong player that you all have to look out for and cannot be underestimated.
Huh.
And we do see the Jiren versus Gogeta, potentially two of the best characters in this tournament, making just a huge impact here. Of course, Felix got knocked down by Newt, and you have to imagine like having the maybe his ego bruised a little bit by the fantastic play by Newt, and then watching that match potentially can adapt to how Felix was playing. Just a repeat of Newt's plan, yes, of perfect blocking those neutral engages, and Felix just not managed to get anything done so far.
These guys got the same brain.
Yeah, for sure. Perfect blocks the charge heavy and goes for the meteor crash and block. You have to respect that. Very, very good stamina damage and blocks, and if you drop the block, you're in for a world of hurt versus Joan.
It's interesting to see how Felix deals with Dan approaching. He's very privy to this whole like you can perfect block a dashing LL with the right timing very consistently, apparently. And we kind of see him like going for that in some ways whenever Dan comes for him, if he doesn't want to approach himself. Just like a method learned in Theoretical's universe applied in a real match.
For sure. And then here proving that it's not quite so easy, he has more options to approach, and Felix Hell's suffering for it right now. It's gonna get caught up another loop from Dan, and Dan not wanting to let Felix regen any stamina. He's going for those charge heavies, going for those key blasts, trying to mix up his approach, and not letting Felix perfect block him. But Felix will manage to catch Dan and go for a raw meteor blow, trying to set that up with a hard knockdown, but Dan gets stamina enough in time and just back to the status quo of this match. Both these players even to the wire here.
What all does base Jiren Super Soul do? This he will be your downfall, activates on perfect block.
It gives him a lot of ki, I believe. He gets like 3 bars of ki whenever he perfect blocks, so of course not very useful in the circumstances where he has oh, is he gonna go for Bar Angel Wave? I believe he should have gone for the Meteor Crash personally, but respectable option. Felix managed to recover in time for some reason, and but yeah, Dan now on the outside looking in, no stamina to work with, and he has to limit burst here or risk death at the hands of Gogeta. Managed to get that excellent charge heavy. What I did not see that coming.
I guess it makes sense. There's being such a small window between you letting down your block in order to avoid getting your whole block broken versus, stepping out of the way. There's a bit of a sweet spot.
Yeah, for sure. And Felix will take this round, but it was very close between these two contestants. And you see Dan learned the weaknesses of Jiren and adapted to it fantastically. Those charge heavies, those mix-ups, and Felix quite content to trying to perfect block the approaches, does not manage to do so, and was very narrow match between these two contestants here. Neither one wanting to give in just yet.
Oh man, is that a guitar? It's going.
Let's go.
Running back with the same characters.
Yeah, content to just Felix. I believe he perceives Gogeta to be the strongest character available here. Then, of course, has not played anything other than Jiren so far, and for good results too. Very strong player and showing a lot of dominance of the character, a lot of mastery. He's not letting Felix try to completely regain stamina, tosses those ki blasts. As you're deflecting, as you're blocking, you do not regain any stamina, and even that little teensy bit of stamina, he does see that as an advantage.
Super Saiyan coming out.
That's a lot of damage. It forces Dan to evade it. Last hit takes like close to a bar of damage from those the Punisher drive and the follow-ups.
Felix knows Dan's going to be too quick on the P-block in order to go for a lot of, raw, neutral Punisher drives, but, he tries to get where he can.
Yeah, for sure.
But he definitely appreciates Dash and Lights a lot more.
And then punishes the attempt to the raw Punisher drives. Managed to catch him from max range, I believe that was. I do not believe that little Soaring Fist startup goes any farther than what it just did. And then perfect block the charge heavy. A little bit of swagger there from him. Just not letting Felix get in the way he wants to, and every single time. It keeps punishing these Punisher drives. A little bit of an irony there with the name. Just gets punished for his troubles every time he tries to toss it on approach. And Dan's just playing a very smart neutral game here.
I wonder if he's able to follow up with Meteor Crash and a lot of the same Wow, look at that.
He's just feinting his approach. He's trying to bait Dan into aggression, trying to bait those perfect blocks, but Dan's quite content to just sit there, does not fall for it any single time, and is just ready. And perfect block is the actual dashing light approach. Oh, but he gets hit on the back, so he can't even get a chance to retaliate.
It's interesting, he chose to go for the LB before he'd even go for like a Vanish. I think he might have regained stamina if he'd just let himself get hit. He might have been able to do it before the knockdown, but he chose, hey, I'll just do this.
Yeah, for sure. A lot of respect being shown to Felix here. And Felix, I believe, still has his limit burst of his own. And wow, this could be the end of the match. Goes for the meteor explosion, and is that gonna kill? I believe it is.
Indeed.
And it does. God, that's disgusting amount of damage from the meteor explosion. Felix will seal the deal. Advances 2-0 on the board.
Ooh.
Very good showing then. Nothing to be embarrassed of. It's very strong Jiren gameplay from you.
So what are we about to enter?
Oh, we are moving on to Shubi versus me versus Psyker. So, we have a lot of history fighting each other in friendlies, in tournament, and this could be a very good match. We did practice together for this tournament too, so look out for it. Gonna mute myself and let you take it up for you.
it's been a little bit since Psyker was able to play. With all likelihood, we're about to see perhaps Shupi's Gogeta, maybe, versus Psyker's Caulifla. With these guys practicing so much together, I'm sure they're very well used to each other. Surprisingly, I'm not used to... I don't recall Shupi... I played a little bit during their sessions where they played together. But he was mostly using, you know, like, whatever. I didn't get to see too much of his base Gogeta. But it's clear to me, at least when it comes to play styles, I think Psyker's going to have a bit of an easier time dealing with Shupi. If he's able to keep on top of these neutral Punisher guards, or Punisher drives, that Shupi likes to throw out, P-block, not P-block, but, you know, punish accordingly. Oh, maybe make some use out of the water. That's interesting. Maybe he can do it to cheekily charge up some Crush Cannon or throw it when the opponent's not aware. But yeah, it looks like Psyker's going to be taking a lot more of a melee-oriented style. Making use of how much his combos move him to kind of stay safe. Able to punish the Super Saiyan, but unable to punish the actual transformation, unfortunately. Now he's having to deal with a 30% extra damage Gogeta. And a whiff on his Crash Cannon, or his Crush Cannon. But all things together, he's doing okay against Shupi's stamina. Missed the opportunity to punish the Punisher drive. Ooh, and gets that hit. Unable to vanish your guard, so, or unable to vanish your, yeah, vanish your guard. So he's forced to eat all of it. I'm sure Psyker really appreciates having that ability, you know, being able to get that extra bit of damage on him. Because really, when it comes to this matchup, I'm sure he can take whatever he can get. Very good Crash Cannon, working just like a charm in cooperation with the water. Although, honestly, Shupi could have made just as good use out of it, throwing out a Punisher drive when he least expects it. Psyker's got a bit of a buffer to work with here. Ooh, that's an explosive wave too, so if Psyker were to try to evasive, he might not even be able to escape that ultimate meteor explosion. But he doesn't go for it. Ooh, gets caught by the Punisher drive, but he's able to still catch him with the explosive wave. Wow! He manages to punish the meteor explosion with his own ultimate, and luckily able to follow up with a Crush Cannon. If only it were just a little bit more damage, but it's all good. Ooh, that was the dangerous part of the combo to vanish on him. Unfortunately, he gets hit by the really weird hitboxing Comet Strike. But manages to stub him with the Crush Cannon. Very good. Ooh, and it's luckily still grabbed anyway. Ah, man. Really respectable, close game between these two. But Shupi takes the first point. Sun tells me Psyker's going to be ride or die with his pick, though. So let's see what he chooses. What he might change between this match and the next. It's a tough call. He had a lot of lucky breaks, considering he was able to get that ultimate off and get a really nice portion of damage off. I guess if I were to recommend anything, it would be to see how often you can get away with that. Of course, with Vanisher Guard, you can just kind of like sit there for the entire duration of the ultimate and you'll be fine. So I'm left wondering, what's he gonna go for? It took me until now to remember that she has Impulse Flash, or Impulse Slash, and has never gone for it across any of the people that have played Kefla or Caulifla so far. It doesn't matter though, because both of these guys are switching off their characters, moving on to a Blue Gogeta Ditto. I wonder if they have different presets. Nope. All the same. Unless maybe they have different moves. These guys are smooth and they're dancing. What? Dueling Punisher shields. Neither of these guys have any intention of throwing out their breakless ultimate so far, just by virtue of how many times they can afford to vanish. But still, Punisher Drive, a very, even though I guess you can say it's mostly a defensive move, very respectable chunk of damage you can get immediately. Ooh, Shoopy at dangerous stamina though. And now they're about even. If Psyker could just get a combo on Shoopy, he'd be able to probably get a breakless Super Kamehameha. Oh, now he'd definitely be able to. Throwing out some God Punishers. Oh, here it comes. Will it be enough to kill? Yes! Psyker able to even up the numbers. Putting a score on the board. Most certainly. I actually live in the middle of a downtown area now, so it freaking, it's like this pretty much every day. Especially at like 3 a.m. But regardless, calling 911 because the matches are too good. We're going into game 3. Psyker vs. Shoopy. I played Kefla. That's what I've done. Unironically though, my university has like a mascot that during home games they like move him around on like a trailer that you would move cattle in, and he gets like a whole police escort, all going like mad sirens, as they very slowly take a turn across my street. So it's like cool, oh cool, we're gonna have a game pretty soon, and at the same time it's like, oh man. I can't hear anything. But regardless, we're back to Caulifla versus Super Saiyan, not Gogeta. I'm hoping Psyker isn't too shaken up by the muscle memory of switching from Caulifla to Blue Gogeta. Otherwise, he seems to be doing pretty well for himself so far. I would say his biggest struggle as of this moment is probably getting rid of that small but noticeable health deficit between him and Shoopy. One advantage he has is that Shoopy vanishes like immediately, so he kind of has like an opportunity to like expect or immediately react upon his vanishes before he even has an opportunity to get knocked away and to be forced to use his Vanisher Guard. But just like that, Shoopy, very dangerous stamina. If I were Psyker, I'd be like, oh, well, maybe I could charge my my Crush Cannon. But probably a good call to still just play him normally, considering, I mean, it's probably going to miss anyway. But still, because of that choice, a whole reversal of the stamina situation. Now this kind of dancing, seeing who takes the first swing, who's going to suffer the first set of end lag. Should be going for some cheeky charged heavies. Psyker missing. But his Gambit with the ultimate this time doesn't reap any reward. Oh, but this time it does. I only just remembered that it can fire backwards. That's like one of its statistics. Caulifla's ultimate, so very much intentional, a very good strategy on Psyker's part. Unfortunately, now he doesn't have too much key to work with. No key to charge his super, so Psyker's gonna have to get in. Through this little footsie dance that they've been having, they were able to get quite a bit of stamina back between the two of them. However, you know, just like that, it can be so easily taken away. I'm not even sure if any of these guys have used their burst yet. It reminds me a lot of my match against him with Kefla, except maybe a little bit more successful. Oh, wow! That backward Caulifla ultimate just proven to be amazing for catching people off guard. Psyker showing, yeah, step vanishing's pretty good. And the close range crush cannon in order to ensure that damage hits. Did Psyker just take the set? Let's go! Fantastic crush cannon play, though that ultimate constantly coming in clutch, making smart use out of the knowledge that Shupi is going to vanish immediately, you know? Just generally playing the game very well. And I'm sure that duo they had between both Blue Gogetas, even though it ultimately went in Psyker's favor, I think it might have just been an agreement between the two, just to like have fun. But because of that, and because of a very good Game 3, Psyker!
It was definitely not an agreement. Sorry to burst your bubble there. I was a little bit terrified of Blue Gogeta, like rather the base Gogeta. So I decided I needed a change of pace, even if it was something I was not as practiced in. So I went to Blue Gogeta, and of course I'm greeted with him going for Blue Gogeta as well. Complete coincidence. But getting that win put me in a good mental state that I decided I was gonna go Cauliflower Bust. I felt like I had a good chance to win that, and yes, I was right. But shoutouts to Shupi, he played his heart out, and he's an excellent player that you can't sleep on.
Most certainly. But you're not out of the fire yet, Psyker. We're going into the loser semifinals.
Oh, I forgot. I completely left the lobby. Hold up. Time to get Felix back in here, and
oh, there he is.
Man, this is gonna be some interesting connection to be sure. I hope it's good.
Yeah, I keep on forgetting.
All right.
Thanks is like on the first set.
All right. I'll mute myself again.
3 sets remain in the 9th emergency Tenkaichi Budokai. If you were to try and track down all the previous ones of this series we've done before, you might be a little bit hard pressed, because after the 6th one, we assumed that would be like the last one, and then the one after that we assumed that would be like the very last one, and then the one after that we just labeled it as the Here Forever Emergency Tenkaichi Budokai, and now we're just starting up from 9th. We'll be playing this game until we're in nursing homes. But regardless, the loser semifinals. Still best of 3. Psyker versus Felix. Psyker carrying on my legacy. Or Fables. Bringing in the Kale against Felix's base Gogeta. And really, he's the one carrying the torch at this point. Having gone against Shupi's base Gogeta, I'm optimistic that he's going to be able to have a pretty good time dealing with Felix's. But sure, I think the most significant thing is Felix and Shupi, they have pretty different habits with how they use their supers. They have different habits with how they vanish. And, for sure, different habits with how they approach. Oh, but Felix doesn't seem to be giving Psyker due respect. Throwing out some Punisher drives willy-nilly. Sure, he currently has a stamina advantage, but if Psyker just plays a little bit more carefully, he could close his gap. What concerns me, he had to use his burst super early. And it's not like Cauliflower where you can just afford to let the person come to him. Oh, Psyker is just barely able to miss the meteor explosion. Oh, and punishes Felix's blocking with the Broly Super. Gigantic Rage, Gigantic Rage. Yeah, Felix has not gotten the memo that Psyker, he don't fall for the Punisher drives anymore. So he's just going to take opportunities, gradually getting better at countering it. Some good blaster cannons. Oh, and catches him as he comes in for the dashing light with the Gigantic Rage. Let's go. Now he's at a very healthy health advantage versus him. Oh no, he uses Gigantic Rage and it's an evasive, which he's still able to do. But unfortunately, it caused him to lose all of his stamina. He had such a good health deficit or health lead versus Felix, and he's able to keep it. Ah, but he got too spooked. He got too spooked. Wasn't able to quite do the full punish on the, and even if he were to, I mean, it's kind of tough when it comes to Kale's options against limit bursting. I guess she could try back hits and moving far away in time, but that requires a bit of a expectation work. You can't exactly just, you know, evasive and forget like you can with Explosive Wave. Unfortunately, like, Psyker's kind of wanting to make Lightning Strike twice with the Gigantic Rages, which granted, he hasn't been punished for that bad as of yet. And in all fairness, he even gets another grab for its trouble. Oh, but that's a lot of stamina to work off of Felix. Limit Burst is over. It's really short. Oh, and catches him with the elbow. Forcing another vanish. Now these guys are in the danger zone. Psyker can most certainly end this match right now. Whoa. Psyker becomes a green glowing orb of energy. I wonder if Felix can see that. It's gone. Unfortunately, their stamina is bit returned, so... Ooh! With the 8th string. Psyker takes the first point. That could not have been easy. Okay, we're going into the next match. We're going to the next game. What could be Felix's last? He's going nuclear. Will we see a change of character? I doubt it from either of them. Well, I might see Psyker go Cauliflower, but honestly, his performance with Kale versus Base Gogeta has been really inspiring. Oh, let's go! Let's go! Okay, okay. Psyker's gonna have to play this really, really cleanly, because I did not play my match against a Base Gogeta very cleanly. He can't go for any of the dashing H's, because like he can just move out of the way too fast. I would say... yeah, those multi-hits are also very dangerous. Maybe it might be a better idea to go for like a dashing LH, but look at that. He's still able to get him good. As long as he can conserve his ki, get a lot of good blaster ball damage, but he's run into the same thing I was, where like, man, freaking Base Gogeta's priority just dunks on Kefla so hard, it's not even funny. Forcing the early limit burst. And unable to score that blast damage. I would say that their connection would be in the prerequisite for him to score the non-teleport blast attack, which would delete a bar. Oh no! Yes! Through this, Psyker may now be without a block, but he may be able with the limit burst. But ooh, he scores it. He scores it. Okay, very good. I think that was the punch version. I'm not quite sure. And that's another thing. Kefla doesn't have too much to use against block. He's taken advantage of how little Felix and likely the entire audience respects Kefla by getting these knockaways. You know, taking the opportunity. These long knockaways, mind you. taking the opportunity to like, okay, well, I'm just gonna recharge my stamina. I'm gonna load you down with blaster balls. But yeah, those multi-hits, they're the death of you. And not too much block damage on the gigantic breaker, unfortunately. If they were, maybe we might be saying a different story, but otherwise, Felix just deleted a bar off of Psyker without anything Psyker could have done about it. Dangerous to use during neutral. Ah, but he scores the punch version. It's not a bad position. He has a lot of stamina. At this point, Felix is probably just chilling. Okay, I'm just going to get my perfect blocks. I'm going to make it so you don't have any other options left. And then I'm just going to, you know, do anything, basically, with how much ki I have, because I'm basic Vegeta. That would have been a good opportunity to maybe throw out some blaster balls. Ooh. And unfortunately, both of them missing. And clashing. With City. Neither character could hit the broadside of a barn. But you know, I guess Felix hit the broadest side. So the numbers are evened up. We're entering into Game 3. Gigantic Burst, good if you don't, you know, do it the opposite way. Maybe he kind of thought it was like Crusher Stream. No matter what. Last round, yes, between the loser semifinals. What's Psyker going to go with? Clearly Felix isn't going to move off of his spot, so... what's it going to be? Blue Gogeta. So a good advantage between these guys. Very comparable, you know, stats generally. But in fact, Blue Gogeta has more stamina than base Gogeta. So that kind of gives an opportunity for Psyker to kind of make a few more mistakes. As long as he's careful about, you know, perfect blocks. He also has the advantage of Punisher Shield. Very funny meme. Very good. And very fast normals. Forcing Felix to use quite a lot of his stamina early on. Does he have enough range to Assault Vanish? Range is never something you have to worry about when it comes to Blue Gogeta. Still, Felix was able to get back pretty much 3 bars just like that. And all the ki in the world as well. Really, he goes from being almost 0 to having equal with Psyker. Really outstanding use of the floor. And stamina management in general, now taking a bit of a lead over Psyker in that regard. Psyker kind of wisely, you know, letting the stun of his grab speak for itself as he is able to stay alive in this situation, man. Ugh. At this point, Psyker's probably realizing, okay, it's going to be... it would have been really tough in order to whittle down Felix's stamina, but still, they were actually able to equal it up pretty nicely. Now both of these guys in touch of death mode. Psyker, ooh, he's just too late with the ultimate. And luckily Felix misses the meteor explosion again. But Felix punishes the LB. However, now it's Psyker with a big stamina advantage and attack burst on Felix. If only it would connect the entire way, and if only he wouldn't use a Spirit Blaster. At the very least, it didn't mean he got to regain more stamina. Felix is going to do the pseudo technique. Drift slowly away, let your stamina come back. Oh no. Psyker still has a bit of a modest stamina lead, but he finds himself at a lot of health in order to regain. And man, for its speed, Punisher Drive is so damaging. And that unfortunate perfect block, man. It allows Felix to close out the set. And it's a story we've seen multiple times throughout this tournament. You know, these guys with their 3-bar evasives having like getting to this critical state, but you know, at the end of the day, it's them on the ground and you having to get there and either kind of schmoove around them and let them not do anything and get their stamina back, or you try to attack them and you get perfect blocked and you grab and die. Oh man, it's such a dilemma.
GG's to Felix. He played fantastic as usual. Wow, the connection was sketchy, but I realized he didn't ask for a redo, and neither did I, because it's never going to be any better than that. But I'm really glad about the matches we had. I'm so happy about how Punisher Shield got me so much mileage there. He was really having trouble getting in, and yeah, really good match. Felix moves on. I think it's losers final coming up. I'm not sure.
Losers finals.
Wow. Yeah. Good stuff. It's Felix versus FJ, was it? Very good players, if so. Challenge.
We're on our last 2 sets of this tournament. Yeah,
very good tournament so far. I think every single contestant showed up and they played their hearts out, and this is what we're looking for when we do tournaments here on PC. No one, and not even the people who went out in the beginning of the matches, in the beginning of the tournaments rather, no one can really be counted out. And here we see 2 of the top dogs, as it were, Felix and FJ, squaring off against each other, as they have in the past multiple amounts of times.
And for our characters for this losers finals, Godku versus Basic Gogeta. Very expected. These guys kind of going for their best picks for this match. I'm interested in seeing what FCHA's kind of want to go for here. You know, Felix had this really good method of kind of really making 3-bar evasive guys have a horrible day with this use of blocking and neutral, staying on top of breakless ultimates and their breakless ultimates. Just kind of generally tight, you know, defensive play.
I agree. And after going for the Godku pick, I don't disagree with that at all. As you've proven before, a good character for sketchy connections, and of course, FJ, no slouch in the Goku, already showcased it multiple times, even when he sent me down to losers bracket. And making Felix get a taste of his own medicine with those 3-bar evasives coming back to bite him during those key blast cannon loops.
Maybe it's a good thing you can block that now, because that can happen.
Yeah.
And punishing the LB.
Reads the LB, but mistimes it, gets a clash. But Felix now on the back foot in a big way.
Can Felix make back this health deficit? Obviously, damage-wise, he can. But let's see how FCHA plays around this.
Yeah. FJ goes for the perfect block to grab, and Felix just struggling to get anything done here. And FJ, I've compared him multiple times before to a fucking training AI set to all the perfect blocks. He's just so good at those. But here it comes back to bite him because Punisher Drive just completely ignores the fact that he got the perfect blocks and triggers anyway.
Learned that the hard way.
Yeah, for sure.
But still, Felix down to his last stamina bar.
Yeah, Felix, last health bar, last stamina bar, back against the wall, quite honestly. And with the super armor limit burst, his situation is not looking good. And FJ managed to drag him back with the Kamehameha.
Ooh, dash and heavy Kamehameha, very good.
Very, very good, especially in those scenarios where the opponent has to
Double
have...
key stunning the vanishing guard, that's funny.
Yeah, that is funny. Trying to catch him out of it. Felix just delayed it as much as possible.
See, that's the
Those
trouble, you
perfect
gotta...
blocks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You have to like turn that part of your brain off. You have to say, okay, well, don't do this against that.
Yeah, for sure. It's still not out of question that Felix can come back out of this. FJ is on his last bar of stamina. He does have the health lead, but he does have a 3-bar evade as well. If Felix managed to get one neutral win, it would be over. But as it is, FJ managed to get him with the grab, and it is towards the wall, so he could follow it up. FJ gets round 1. Goddamn.
Man, I really enjoyed that. You got to see like immediately how he deals with how Felix approaches some people approaching him, and how FJ deals with that. I guess it was either calculated or it just felt right to hit him with the Key Blast Cannon when he was blocking. But if you can be able to do that math in your head, it's like, okay, I can stamina break him with this if you're just gonna chill here instead of and that would be a bigger reward than just grabbing, and possibly even safer.
Yes, very true.
Pool. Can't wait for the Mook tournament.
Lots of them.
And yeah, the match starts. They're just going right at it.
Same character, same everything.
Felix starting out at least a little bit of a stamina disadvantage. Kind of losing one or two interactions. But, so quickly he's able to switch between... Oh, and it's Super Saiyan canceled. Just being able to, switch modes between I want to be on the ground now, and I want to be defensive now, and I want to go at them now.
Yeah, for sure.
Very fluid state of the match.
These two are excellent players, and you can see why they're here, deciding who will be the potentially the third place of the tournament. And FJ here, still with a decent health lead, not slacking off in the stamina department either. Both players really trying to get in on each other and not really managing to.
Through this tournament, we've kind of been able to see a whole spectrum of interactions that you can get into in regards to Punisher Drive. It seems to come out slow enough that you're able to appropriately react and punish it, but if you commit to an option in order to perhaps get a vanish early or back hit someone before they're able to react, it comes back as a decent counterattack. Oh. Wow,
that was a hell of an interaction. I thought FJ was gone or there. Holy man, Felix is just so good with those perfect blocks. That Super Dragon Fist was really scary. Could have guard broken him, but he just gets the perfect block. Stamina breaks FJ and just tries to get that meteor explosion.
Good shield damage on Felix, making him immediately go back down.
Yeah. Felix is constantly on the back foot here in the tournament department, and FJ is still on this green health bar of his, not taking a lot of damage whatsoever. The limit burst, of course, saving him just now. He will not have access to that anymore, but still managing his stamina very well, managing his health very well, and just going at it in neutral.
And a grab.
And a grab. Felix now on his last health bar, and this lead just keeps increasing. And if I'm Felix right now, I'm starting to feel the pressure a little bit.
So a regular block on Punisher Drive, that's okay.
Yeah, that is okay. Just perfect blocking does not work.
What?
What? That was enough to kill? I'm not even sure after I realized he was dead there. Not that he could have done anything about it. He already had to use his burst, but wow, that was an unbelievable amount of damage.
Well, just like that, the set continues. We aren't quite at match point yet, but wow, if that's any indication of how the rest of the set might go. So these first two matches, I mean,
Yeah, back to back, very explosive performance from both the contestants.
if there's one thing I can always credit Efcha on, it's his stamina when it comes to matches like these. You know, he's come through some insane losers bracket runs in the past, coming all the way to grand finals and like going to game 5 of grand finals, bracket reset and all that. It's like amazing to watch and witness. So I have a lot of confidence that he's going to be able to keep pace through this whole thing, keep Felix on the defensive.
And after getting, of course, the benefit of coming from winners finals, losing there, didn't have to fight a single match in losers. Felix, of course, on that bit of a marathon here, fought Dan, fought me, and then has to face Afcha now. A very scary prospect here to be going against such a strong opponent. And you have to question, like, does Felix have that same kind of stamina, same kind of disposition to just play so many matches in a row and keep performing the same level over and over again?
In a very surprising twist, F-Chop chooses to go for full power Jiren into this game 3. Perhaps and so far it's been really worrying for him, having to use his health burst early, having to be so low on stamina, and having his one grab essentially be negated instantly as soon as Steelers went back to the ground.
Definitely so. And Felix, of course, trying to force him out of his last 2 bars of stamina there. Does not opt to go for the left Kame, does not want to get punished, go for the Punisher Drive, does not score anything. And suddenly the game's looking quite a bit more even now that Common Strike will drop, letting after return to neutral.
Full power Jiren has no shortage of ways to damage his opponent, but getting in on someone with as good a neutral as base Gogeta, looking to be a bit of a difficult task.
For sure, I agree.
And I guess we can confirm now that base Gogeta has a good neutral.
Yeah, definitely so. That mighty explosive wave, Felix did not seem to anticipate that at all, but it does not set him back. Knows to break after stamina and goes for the meteor explosion.
He doesn't even need to. He didn't even need to.
Yeah, he keeps going for those, man. He just really wants him. He's going for those style points.
Felix gains a style point.
Yeah, definitely so.
We're in what could be match point of this losers finals. I have a lot of confidence that F-Shock can take it back, but I mean maybe the key isn't with full power Jiren.
Yeah, definitely. You have to be regretting that pick, especially in such an important set like that. Now F-Shock back against the wall, and he is looking to see if maybe another character swap is warranted, and just trying to bounce back in a huge way against a formidable opponent, this Felix. And he will do just that, going for the Gogeta mirror. We just see once again here, base Gogeta versus base Gogeta. How will it turn out? I expected, honestly, to see F-Chip back on his God Goku. How do you feel about this Gogeta pick, Multi?
Well, I guess he wants to fight fire with fire. Perhaps he sees this as being like a good opportunity for him to get as equal damage potential as he would if he were to be, than he would if he were God Goku. God Goku, great damage, really good, but at the same time, he doesn't quite get as amazing bar deleting potential as Gogeta here. So maybe that's what he's looking for. Doesn't have to win so many engagements or take so long to delete his health.
Yeah, for sure. And wow, the max range Punisher Drive once again from Felix. He just knows the range so well there. Actually just dodging him with just the steps, no step vanishing required. Quite content to just regain stamina, does not try to challenge Felix whatsoever. And a grab, probably descending back to the ground. No, tries to follow it up, but not close enough to the wall to do so. Maybe this will be enough? It is. No, it still... I'm not even sure if you can follow that grab up. He seems to be trying to, but I don't think you can.
I guess that's one thing you could say, that Blue Gogeta's got over the base variant.
Yeah, very much so. Blue Gogeta's combo starter with the grab. Actually, it does manage to get him that time, so maybe it's just a strict timing. Oh, but the false trigger on the Punisher drive, we've seen those time and time again, but Afcha does not get prepared for this possibility. And now his stamina looking fairly low, his health looking fairly low, and let's see what's going to be happening here right now. One thing I find very interesting is that Afcha has not chosen to go for the Super Saiyan so far. Maybe he just hasn't gotten a good opportunity to, but this damage deficit is very well represented in the health bars of these two contestants, with Felix getting pretty much that 30% represented in the damage he dealt to Afcha so far.
There he goes, finally going Super Saiyan. I was wondering, okay, maybe does he appreciate the extra ki regeneration he gets from base, or that doesn't seem to be.
But,
I mean, he has full ki.
Yeah, he was full ki for so long, and just an exchange of grabs here between these two contestants, trying to follow it up from that height. Definitely not a thing you can do.
At this point, they're like, okay, I know 99 times out of 10, I'm gonna approach you. You're gonna P-block me. So let's see what we can do aside from that.
Yeah, the mind games here, both very well versed in the ways of perfect blocking, very well versed in baiting the opponent to attack, and trying to get around that, trying to get through those mind games. A very tricky situation for them.
You know, one thing I haven't seen at all this tournament, Shine shot into Meteor Explosion, which I guess that figures, because it's a conspiracy. It doesn't exist.
I mean, even if it does exist, with opponents of this caliber, it's really hard to go for those opening times. And after gets the false trigger Punisher drive, giving Felix a little taste of his own medicine there, perhaps.
Ooh, punishing the Punisher drive.
Oh, and punishing the burst as well.
You can do that? News to me.
Yeah, if they burst super early, you do not get knocked back, and it's super scary.
It seems like Afcha's still in this game.
Yes, very much so, and this could be Afcha's game to win, honestly.
Oh!
Good stamina looking quite done at this point.
Now it's like, who's gonna get these last few hits?
Honestly, if I'm Afcha here, I'm maybe looking at the timer, considering taking Felix the time. Felix has to approach here. He's at a huge health deficit, but the grab will seal the deal. Afcha bringing us to a game 5 in this very exciting losers finals here.
Oh man, this song has really good guitar too. Well, I think it's guitar. Only one of these guys is making up to grand finals. In all likelihood, you know, do what works. We might see F-Cha stay on this Gogeta path, you know.
And both these contestants, keep in mind, they were both knocked down by Newt. So were they to advance to grand finals, that will be a rematch and a chance to run it back, you know, and just try to see if they can get the better of Newt. And they will stay with this Gogeta path, this Gogeta mirror. Felix sticking to what's been working for him so far, and Afcha just doing the same. A very good adjustments for him so far, and he is not afraid to lean onto this playstyle and just dare Felix to approach, dare Felix to challenge those very powerful Punisher drives.
Not quite a loop, but I guess I can see what he was going for.
Yeah, maybe the connection hampered that a little bit, but a little bit questionable.
Yikes, Efcha down on a lot of stamina. Through an early use of Vanishing Guard. I guess he just really cares about having health more than stamina.
Yeah, for sure. Well, with a character like Gogeta who can get rid of both, it's very tricky. And just as we say that, second Warp Kame would seal the deal here, but he does not have the key for it, and I don't think he can finish Efcha quite off just yet. But Efcha, on the outside looking in here, trying to do anything to Felix, but even a grab could seal the match.
And in fact, it
that's
does.
Exactly, yeah. That's exactly what happens. Felix, in a grueling set versus Efcha, will manage to get ahead and move on to grand finals, facing Newt.
Honestly, I think we, us and the viewers, we take for granted how often we're able to perfect block charged heavies. Because
For sure.
for every time we do it, there was a 90% chance that it was going to fail and we were going to lose a bar. And this is just one of those times in which it happened.
Yeah, perhaps even a little bit of hubris there, but you know, you get so much advantage for doing it. You even get the mental advantage where, you know, getting your third heavy perfect blocked, you start feeling, wow, I can't seem to find a way to really get into this guy. He might do it again, and it's just, yeah, Efcha, I can see what Efcha was going for there, but sadly it cost him the match and cost him the set, and now we have Newt versus Felix in grand finals.
There we go. Okay, our contestants are set.
Alright, I'm here. I have to go get some water. So, seems like our contestants are both ready. We can get this match underway. Newt, thanking his lucky stars that he has a luxury of a bracket reset, that he mayhaps was a little bit aided by the fact that his gentleman's agreement with Felix to just mirror characters worked out in his favor, and now he gets no such benefit, and Felix is looking like a very scary opponent for Newt.
Base Gogeta Dittos. Although this is probably just coincidental.
Yeah, I mean, coincidental but also expected, right? This character is just so good, and it's been making a huge impact throughout the whole tournament.
I would say characters with like a comparable ability, you know, just in neutral with getting these hits, forcing these vanishes, would have been God Goku, but what God Goku doesn't have is Punisher Drive. What God Goku doesn't get is the fastest Super Saiyan that does 30% extra damage. He doesn't get these hard knockdown that hits from the ceiling, an unescapable meteor crash, or meteor explosion, and an extremely strong warp comic. It's just worth saying.
Yeah. No, yeah. Gogeta definitely one of the strongest characters in this tournament, and in no small part but due to his huge Super Saiyan boost and his huge Punisher drive that are so hard to challenge. And he goes for the meteor explosion. This is gonna deal so much damage, and Newt's on the ropes right now.
We're definitely seeing the benefits of Felix's philosophy of like going for these dashing lights and taking advantage of how quickly that recovers instead of trying to go for a second attack and then key canceling, or using a super like backflip if he were to have it. And it's definitely paying off because that's how he was able to get that break. That's how he was able to delete that bomb.
Yeah, but Newt responding in kind, maybe a different approach here, but those Punisher drives just getting looped over and over again and reads the burst flawlessly. Felix now has to sit through these animations, just no stamina to his name and very little health to boot.
And these guys move so fast too.
Yeah, these are two very fast players. You can imagine their minds going a million miles per hour. Doesn't even matter. Newt wins the set with a very nice shine shot there to extend the Punisher drive. Very quick recognition that that would be enough damage to seal the match, and it does. Felix loses the first round. Newt goes up 1-0.
Going back, same characters, which
Yeah,
is very fair, very understandable.
Yeah. Quite frankly, I do not expect either of these players to pick any single different character in this grand finals with so much at stake. Backs against the wall, and just this pressure to perform their best. Felix catching Newt with back hits twice even, and just signifying how much back hits have come back in a huge way. Charge back hit, regular back hit, and just catching Newt over and over again. Goes for those Punisher drives. Newt tried to predict to vanish, but couldn't quite get the right read there. And you see how if you do not perfect block the Punisher drive, it's so vulnerable to getting punished.
For sure. Man. And through that, you know, they can immediately convert that damage into far more damage just by winning, just by getting that hit in.
Yeah. Newt has no stamina to his name right now and very little health to boot. He's gonna be forced to limit burst, but does it at an awkward timing, gets clipped by the Punisher drive, and now Felix is on full on the offensive, trying to expect Newt's auto perfect block. Newt maybe trying to stand still, but gets hit for his troubles with a Punisher drive.
Match coming down very closely.
Yeah, both these players fishing for those perfect blocks, fishing for those single interactions that could win them the game. Oh, perfect block on the teleporting charge heavy is not enough, however. Newt's gonna have not enough stamina to avoid the super mad dance. Quick recognition from Felix that he needed to deal enough damage before Newt could vanish, and that's his choice with super mad dance.
Man,
Taking us up to game 3.
In case you forgot he had that move,
Yeah.
there you go.
Yeah, just embarrassment of riches here with Gogeta have an excellent kit he can rely on every single super he has, every single ultimate he has, and just performing to the absolute peak potential. Felix saying in chat that even him wants Newt to win. Well, you better not throw, man. Gotta give it your best shot.
Oh, I'm sure. Whenever anyone here says, "Oh, I want you to win," you know, that's when they're playing their hardest, to be honest.
Yeah, for sure. None of these players, wow, can be underestimated, even back against the wall. Here we have a completely even situation, 1-1, same characters, same map. Oh, different map actually, but still. And just going at it their hardest. And keep in mind, if Felix were to win the set, he still has to go through the bracket reset. So Newt's a very comfortable position here, forcing Felix to play his best for so many matches in a row.
So far, the Vanish has been working really well so far. With the update to how the game works in general, I guess I had some confusion, like wondering, oh, is that going to fix front vanishes for even like stages like this, where it was previously pretty notorious? But so far, I think it's been pretty okay.
I hadn't even thought about that, but you're so right. Yeah, the front vanishes have diminished quite a lot and have not been impacting these matches so much. So, however, what Newt doesn't have here is any health, any stamina, and he's really working hard here to try to catch out Felix out.
He forces the LB from Newt.
Yeah, you have to go for those at this point. So much. I mean, this whole match on the line here. Newt with no resources to work with goes with the Punisher drive twice there. The first time it drops, but confirms the second one. But it is not enough. Felix leads the series 2-1 and gets ever so close to that potential bracket reset.
You could say that this is like the best and the most guaranteed protection that a person has from just, you know, getting absolutely deleted if you're as a Gogeta or against a Gogeta,
right.
Because you have access to more. You have access to stamina. You have access to potentially a better evasive. You have access to your LB. You know, so at least the matches won't be too fast.
Yeah, and the fact that you can just respond in kind with the same amounts of damage, the same styles of combo, definitely a battle of skill here between these two players, where everything is equal besides their own play style, their own philosophies on how to approach this match. And Newt gets charged heavy, but Felix does not decide to punish it whatsoever. I expected him to maybe go for the recharge, but maybe showing a little bit of hubris there, maybe getting cocky, you know, yeah, giving Newt an opportunity to reset his stamina and just start this match off again from square one.
Can we talk about this, like the frequency with which we see Felix coming out with these charged heavies, particularly in Super Saiyan, where like the drift you get when you do a teleport charge in heavy is massive.
It goes so much farther than even regular Super Saiyans. It's another quirk of Gogeta as a character, and definitely a very useful one. If you're not accounting for it, you can get stamina broken, you can get very harshly punished. Newt, of course, wary of all those things, but still gets mixed up on the block, does not manage to drop it to perfect block with charge heavy. But now that Felix let him reset his stamina, the match is just going Newt's favor over and over again, and you have to be wondering, maybe it was a little bit of a mistake, definitely hubris there, and Newt could be taking us to game 5, pushing Felix against the wall here, forcing him to perform his absolute best if he does not want to lose this tournament.
Newt immediately LBing, probably wanting, you know, to get some, you know, to close it out ASAP.
For sure. And Felix trying to punish these Punisher drives. Newt, of course, quite content to just stand completely still, let the Limit Burst do the job for him, and Now Felix on the outside looking in here could be taking us to our match point for the grand finals. Newt this time dropping the block, letting himself get hit by the charge back hit. Does not want to get stamina broken, such a crucial point of the match. Go for the grabs.
I had no idea we saw that earlier in the match too. The grab on the floor, followed by the dash and light, managing to get the stun off. It's funny to see.
Yeah, I thought it was potentially a connection quirk, but seems like it's completely real, and these players are just going for it as another tool they have at their disposal.
Now here we are, very close health, very close stamina. Newt's wanting to get some...
the false trigger.
Yeah.
He's trying to steal this match. He's trying to finish Felix off, and he'll manage to do so. Felix now potentially beating himself up for not taking advantage of that charge heavy before, and Newt leading the series right now.
Newt, it's a 2-2, so this could be match point.
Yeah, this could be match point, and if you're Felix, you might be sweating a little bit. Like, can you perform to the same level? Can you just, can you really bring it back in a huge way and just reset the bracket versus Newt? And even if you do, can you score those 3 consecutive wins? So important. Felix, shut up. Let us spin our fucking narratives, dude.
Yeah, man. Let us make our propaganda. You know.
Yeah, exactly.
History is written by us.
Yeah. We call the shot. All right. So, starting off this match, very interesting situation. Newt once again getting the better of Felix in the neutral, but Felix getting the early Super Saiyan and punishing Newt's unattempted Super Saiyan. So now Newt potentially not in the greatest of situations, but he's being a very consistent player so far. No matter when he's down stamina, down health, he always managed to bring it back. And let's see which of these players is gonna really come out on top here.
I can definitely tell there's a bit of a shift in tempo between this and the previous matches. Both these guys are just absolutely going at each other. No more of this pretense of this perfect block in, no more of this grab combo in and careful manipulation of your movement. They're just swinging.
They're just going hard at each other. And, well, that's the thing, right? The longer those sets go for, especially with so much pressure in a round like this, the level of play, you can't really maintain the same quality. You have to go for more risky plays. You have to doubt that your opponent will be able to respond, and that's what they're doing right now. Felix trying to regen some stamina, Newt not allowing him in the slightest. Goes for the false confirm, the Punisher drive, does not manage to put Felix. Very close match, ladies and gentlemen. They
most certainly have downloaded that whole idea. Okay, I'm just gonna block or vanish, or even not vanish, just block the Punisher drive, because anywhere else, and I'm eating 4K.
Yeah, it's very much true. And Felix now back against the wall, no health, no stamina, very troublesome, and this could be it. It is, and it's not. Huh? Wow.
A last ditch warp Kamehameha.
And gets punished for his trouble with a Punisher drive, feeling enough. And there we have it. Newt, the champion of the 9th Emergency Tenkaichi Budokai. Congratulations for Newt. Very impressive play today. Potentially one of the best in his career, quite frankly.
Definitely a really entertaining tournament and entertaining set between these guys. It's given kind of like an opportunity for us to really put these DLC characters under a microscope and see how they do against a high pressure environment with a lot of others, a lot of peers, and against some of the best characters outside of that DLC.
Best characters, best players on PC. This is a fantastic showcase, and we definitely got to learn a lot about these characters right now. Very, very good. Congratulations to Newt. Congratulations to Felix as well. Second place, nothing to scoff at, and I'm very happy about how this turned out. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank y'all all very much. Let me take an opportunity to drop a link to our Discord server for anyone that wants to hop into future tournaments that will most likely feature a lot of these DLC characters, in particular TBS
Yes,
Gogeta.
very true. I would not be shocked to see all of these characters make a return. Full Power Jiren, just excellent characters, and I'm really looking forward to see how people will use them.
We have some people want to do a grudge match. I don't blame them after Newt freaking hopped into the map and crashed the lobby that one round.
Well, I'm completely fine with that. It's your call, it's your stream, so, but yeah, thank you all.
I got time.
Thank you all the contestants. Yeah.
Thank you all for coming by for the 9th Emergency Tenkaichi Budokai. If y'all are interested in a little bit more bonus Xenoverse, I suppose, feel free to stick around for this additional set between Newt and Shupi.
Yeah. Let's get this on. Oh, Shupi's is grocery shopping. Rip.
Congratulations, Newt, for winning the grudge
Shupi
match.
gets disqualified from the grudge match.
Yeah, let's go, Newt.
Let's go. Newt
Biggest
wins it
winner.
all tonight. Let's go. All right. Thank you all for coming. And yeah, goodbye.
Peace.